Order, please. I'd like to call the Law Amendments Committee meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to those from the public that are joining us here today. Today we will be dealing with two bills. My name is Keith Irving. I'm the Vice Chair of the Law Amendments Committee and the MLA for King South. Excuse me. And I'm dealing with a bit of a cough, so you may have to deal with me along with me on that today. I'd like to ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves, beginning with Ms. Martin.
Thank you and welcome, Tammy Martin, MLA in Cape Breton Centre.
Good morning, Claudia Chender, MLA for Dartmouth South.
Good morning, MLA Tory Rushton, Cumberland South. John Lohr, MLA, Kings North.
Good afternoon, good morning. Suzanne Lonis-Croft, Lunenburg.
Good morning, everyone. Rafa Di Costanzo, MLA for Clayton Park West.
Good morning, Hugh McKay, MLA for Chester St. Margaret, substituting for the Honourable Margaret Miller, MLA for Hants East.
Good morning, Brendan McGuire, Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you. Welcome to my colleagues. And I'm also joined by Gordon Hebb and Karen Kinsley, Ledge Council, to support the committee in their work today. Just a few housekeeping items before we begin. In case of emergency, go down the first set of stairs out onto Granville, and we will gather at Parade Square. Washrooms are down the stairs and down to the ground floor. U-turn at the base of the stairs, and the public washrooms can be found there. I'd like to remind everyone that no photos or video can be taken except by accredited media during the course of our proceedings. And I also want to remind our gallery that we operate under the rules of the legislature, and therefore no pleasure or displeasure from the gallery to the proceedings at this table are permitted. Now, going on to how things will work during the course of the day, presenters will be given up to 10 minutes to make their presentations, and then that will be followed by 5 minutes of questions from members of the committee. So you have up to 10 minutes. You can certainly take less, leaving more time for questions potentially. And my last request is for members of the committee and our witnesses at the table to wait to be acknowledged by the chair before speaking, and that helps Ledge TV put the right face to the voice as we go through the proceedings today. So with that, I'd like to call our first bill, which is Bill number 204, the Workmen's Compensation Act. And our first witness is John Travis from Traves. Forgive me, John, you've been here many times and I still don't have your name correct. John Traves, Council for Halifax Regional Municipality. Welcome, Mr. Traves. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Traves like Graves apple juice, I used to say as a kid growing up. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today with respect to Bill 204. I don't have prepared remarks. I was caught a little off guard, which is on me in my office, but I will speak, but just briefly on it. For the record, I am Director of Legal, Clerk's Office, Government Relations, and I also am responsible at HRM for Risk and Insurance Services, which really relates to this. What I would say is, the reality is that there's no magic solution when it comes to necessary coverages for fire, and in particular, the important volunteer firefighters that we have who face, a number of risks, but they're comparable risks to our employed firefighters. And so providing coverage for them is important. And to that extent, while there is always pros and cons to things, I think overall providing mandatory coverage in WCB, favors the upside of this. Currently, HRFE, Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Services, has insurance in place, and that's not always the case with municipalities. For our volunteer firefighters, it's provided via VFIS, which is the Volunteer Firemen's Insurance Service, Inc. And so fundamentally, the challenge in going to WCB is trying to assess the respective coverages that are provided. And while there's some upside, there's always a little bit of downside to that. I realize that, not all municipalities or fire services feels that they may have had the opportunity to speak to the department, and yet there was a call for information that came out through the AMA, the Association of Municipal Administrators. Within our municipality, that was responded to by the fire services. I wasn't made aware of the response until last week, which is fine. But there are some challenges then, I think, in terms of not only on the minister's side, in terms of who to consult with, but also on the municipalities of getting that through. There's probably a little bit of work that we could do on that. For HRFE, their view, which I would share, is that there is a significant benefit obtained from a standardized and regulated system of coverage for all volunteers in Nova Scotia, and not just on a one-off basis. Provincial coverage via WCB would allow all fire departments to access and provide uniform levels of coverage with reduced overhead. And so that's the bottom line. But we recognize that as this rolls out and as we look at the respective coverage bits, there's probably going to be some issues that need to be worked out with the department and with WCB as we go forward. And we look forward to the opportunity to have that discussion with the department as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Traves. Questions from the Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming again to law amendments. So what is the feeling of HRM in supporting this and the expanded list of cancers for firefighters? Because as we know, there has been investigation and consultation across the country. So recognizing that it is, sometimes in a life and death situation, is this something that HRM is willing to or supportive of from the onset?
Mr. Traves.
Yes, presumptive cancers are definitely a challenge. We've had some struggle in trying to assess the respective coverage in terms of presumptive cancers based on what we have today. I've had mixed messages, frankly. My understanding is there is some level of coverage and it may be equivalent, but it wouldn't be better than WCB's. I think they're going to end up to be roughly the same, but I can't really say to the committee today that our current coverage is worse or less. And that's not entirely what HRFE wrote through the AMA to the department, and so we're sort of still chasing exactly where it is. But I do not anticipate that what will be provided through the presumptive cancers under WCB would be anything less than what we would currently have, if ours is even equivalent to that at this point. So yeah, very supportive of presumptive cancers being covered.
I think we have time for quick supplementary. Yes, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we introduced a bill in the House last session about this, we did receive a lot of information from firefighters and studies across the country that talk about fires, the fact that fires aren't the same anymore, that, the materials in Chesterfields and furniture are much more contaminated than they were before. Have you seen this in your firefighters? Have there been more instances of firefighters being away from the job because of cancer?
Mr. Traves. I can't say that I'm aware of those stats one way or the other. It's possible. I think the bigger concern that I'm hearing expressed in terms of going into a pool of this nature really relate, as opposed to being in the current pool, which is volunteer firefighters coverage, is one of the level of training and the equipment and the variance across there. So the more that we can move towards standardization across the province, I think is probably a good thing if we're going to be in one pool in WCB.
Ms. Chender.
So just to follow up on that, my understanding is that in the current coverage, there are enumerated presumptive cancers. We don't see any here, although we're told they'll come in the regulations. Is there any concern among the firefighters around switching from a known to an unknown?
Mr. Traves?
Well, I think that leads back to our desire to have conversation with respect to the development of the regulations and where the coverage sits. So, yes. I don't think there's concerns because there's no indication that there wouldn't be coverages.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Traves. Jim Roper, Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. Welcome, Mr. Roper. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jim Roper. I'm the past president of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. I'll read my comments here. The Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia wishes to recognize and acknowledge the Minister for his recognition of the province's 7,000 volunteer firefighters who work daily to protect life and property here in our province. The acknowledgement of the need to protect those who protect us is a very positive step forward for the fire service. These changes will enhance the protection provided firefighters, particularly in the area of cancer and mental health. We'd also like to thank the staff at LAE and WCB for helping understand the amendments and how they will impact the fire service. As this legislation directly impacts firefighters, there are several other emergency response agencies who work alongside firefighters, but because of their status as volunteers, are not entitled to participate in the WCB program. These groups include standalone medical first response teams, ground search and rescue, and the provincial special hazards response units. As these groups also may respond to many types of emergencies, they too are exposed to various hazards, including physical and chemical hazards, as well as psychological health hazards that manifest from attending a traumatic event. FSANS believes that these organizations should have the option to opt in to the WCB program, providing the municipal unit in which they register choose to do so. This would in fact be the same as the process that the Volunteer Fire Service had prior to this legislation, and allow these members, as providers of emergency service, the ability to obtain the same protection as the Volunteer Fire Service. May I suggest the following? Volunteer emergency service providers registered in a municipality as per Section 295 of the Municipal Government Act may, upon application of a municipality within whose boundaries the volunteer emergency service provider is located and serves, the board may admit the volunteer emergency service provider to the application at this point. FSANS believes that this amended legislation, along with this small amendment, is a good news story. It not only enhances the level of protection and assistance provided to the sick or injured responders, but it also becomes a very valuable recruitment and retention tool for all volunteer emergency service providers within the province. We look forward to working with our partners during the planning and implementation phases of this project. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roper. Questions, Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and for your service. Excuse me. So again, I'll ask you, when we introduced legislation last session, we included an enhanced list of cancers that we've heard from many firefighters and across the country that this is the standard. Has the fire service, or have you been consulted, or has your group been consulted talking about a greater list of cancers that could come later?
Mr. Roper.
Room for discussion with LAE to increase that list to make it as close to standard, or as close to the much larger number of cancers that are on the one that is used in some other provinces across the country.
Thank you. Mr. Rushton.
Thank you, Chief. Congratulations on moving from president to past president. Two-part question, Mr. Chair. Is it safe to say, when I was sitting at your table as a director 15 years ago, this is something that we were talking about? This must be a big celebration for the fire service right now to be at this step, to actually see legislation moving. Is it fair to say that you would be the voice to government for the fire service?
Mr. Roper.
No, sorry. Yes, that's the way we see ourselves, as the voice of the fire service in response to issues dealing with the government.
Mr. Rushton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just as a follow-up, I guess to put it on record for conversations that I've had with you, does the Fire Service Association feel comfortable with this legislation, with things that are going to be in regulations rather than in the legislation? And do you feel comfortable that those conversations are going to carry on within that year time frame that it's going to actually take effect?
Mr. Roper?
Yes, we feel that process moving forward to enhance the regulations to not only around the cancer coverage, but just some other areas within it that will definitely improve on what we have right now, and it's a positive step going forward, yes.
Great. No further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Roper, for coming in, and thank you for your service. Mary Lloyd and Larry Maloney from the Pictou County Injured Workers Association. Welcome, Ms. Lloyd and Mr. Maloney. The floor is yours. Mr. Maloney.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm Larry Maloney. I'm Vice President with Pictou County Injured Workers Association, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to provide our commentary today on Bill 204. Firefighters, full-time and volunteer, provide an immeasurable contribution to the lives of Nova Scotians. They risk their lives and health in order to protect ours. The legislation, we feel, needs to ensure that those firefighters who do develop occupational diseases as a result of providing that protection, are provided with utmost care and service. Unfortunately, we don't feel that the bill meets that criteria completely or as necessary. There are severe limitations and restrictions included in the bill. The ability to make regulations that prescribe conditions or restrictions on conditions, limiting the application of this presumption to 1 year after the regulations are imposed, rather than the current situation where it's the date that a person becomes aware that they were diagnosed with a disease, that kind of thing, and the removal of the limitation period, once again, to the date that the regulations are prescribed. I guess what's the question? Is it a cost-saving measure, or are there that many people that may be affected that the cost is a concern? If so, well, what price do we put on people's lives and health? We need to be reasonable and open-minded with that. And how can a government or legislation limit and restrict entitlement to benefits and services at a time when it's most needed for these people? You know, they're suffering from a terminal disease caused by their volunteer activities in the community. And I think they're heroes. And it's unlikely, I think, that a significant number of, thankfully, a significant number probably won't be affected. So I think it's vital that we include all, you know, as many as we can. We feel that there's a possibility that some of these restrictions could perhaps be a charter issue in the future. We hope not, but there's potential there, because it looks like some workers or some firefighters could be treated differently with occupational disease than others with occupational diseases. There's a possibility there, which I think maybe needs further exploration perhaps, or maybe it's already done, we just don't know, but I think it's important. You know, because these heroes of our communities deserve more respect and dignity than the limitations and restrictions imposed upon them by this bill. And we truly hope that as individuals that we're never faced with the day that a family member or a neighbor or a close friend who is a volunteer fire department member in your community, you ever have to face that person and say, I'm sorry, I supported that bill that limits your benefits, you know, because of the date that the regulations were imposed, you know, et cetera. So anyway, I just think that's important to consider those comments. And I'll turn that over to Mary now for further.
Good morning.
Your microphone's not on.
Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning. First off, I would like to state that we would like to see this as legislation as opposed to regulations. And an example of that is we just currently had the PTSD regulations put in place. And for 2 years, we did consultations where everything was ignored, and the mindset that was put in when we came to law amendments voicing those concerns was the mindset that ended up coming forward, and it didn't change a thing. The people that are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress face the same circumstances as anyone else. A first responder or a non-first responder goes through the same hoops. So it didn't change a thing, and my fear here is the same. The presumption. The use of the word presumption in this bill, as in the 2017 legislation for the post-traumatic stress for first responders, is misleading. It does not provide any additional level of entitlement other than what already exists in the legislation. Section 10.4 in our current legislation is a presumption clause, and it states that it will be presumed that the accident or condition arose out of and in the course of employment unless the contrary is shown. Unless the contrary is shown, it is presumed it arose out of and in the course of employment. So the approach that should be taken here, as we argued for the post-traumatic stress people, is an assumption clause, an automatic assumption like we gave to the coal miners, where it was recognized that this certain occupation predispose these people to certain conditions. Therefore, make it clear, make it accurate, that they will not have to jump through hoops. And given what we're talking about here is cancers, a lot of these people will be in dire straits when that diagnosis comes. They don't need to be fighting the battle with WCV because that's not a pretty picture. So we ask you to please reconsider and make this legislation as opposed to regulations, and if the intention is to help our firefighters, our volunteer firefighters and our firefighters, then put the language in clear that means they will get that coverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lloyd and Mr. Maloney, questions? Ms. Martin.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to speak today. And you know, while we appreciate this bill and how it's moving the gauge somewhat, we completely agree. We think that the work is already done. I've heard so many horror stories since this discussion started, again, when we introduced our bill, to include these cancers so that there is no gray area. So when a firefighter who has come to save your life has to pay the ultimate price of going through cancer, shouldn't have to debate whether it was a workplace injury or not. And I agree, I think the regulations are too weak. I think this should be in legislation, and I support what you're saying.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Lloyd and Mr. Maloney, for coming in today. Could I have a motion with respect to Bill number 204? Ms. Lonis-Croft?
I move that we send Bill 204 back to law amendment, committee of the House.
Back to the House.
Just back to the House with no amendments.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. We're a bit ahead here, so I'm going to suggest that we adjourn for a break until 11:45. Thank you. Order, please. I'd like to call the committee back to order. A few new faces in the gallery, so I will just quickly review a couple of housekeeping items. Emergency out Grandview Drive or Grandview Street and on to Parade Square. Washrooms down the stairs, U-turn to the left. No photos or video permitted. And we operate also under the rules of the House, so no gallery is not to show any pleasure or displeasure with respect to the proceedings here at the table. Presentations will be up to 10 minutes with 5 minutes for questions from members of the committee. And I'll do my best to give folks a 2-minute warning when they're coming to the end of their 10 minutes. Ms. Chender.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been drawn to our attention that there are a number of people in the gallery who are unable to get on the speakers list because they were told that it was full. I'd like to move a motion that we either extend the committee meeting by 2 hours, we don't sit tonight until 6 p.m., or to continue it tomorrow in order to accommodate the views of the public who wish to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Chender. We're aware of the situation. It's being reviewed with Ledge Council. We're trying to figure out how we can best accommodate this situation. We are meeting till 5 here on this list, and the House goes in at 6, so Ledge TV needs time to make the transition. So I'm not sure that we can extend tonight, and we're trying to figure out if there's a way to accommodate the situation with the additional names. So I'd like to ask you to set your motion aside for the moment, and we can discuss this a little further in the meeting. Ms. Chender?
Yeah, that's fine, as long as we can revisit before we rise from the committee for today.
Great. Okay. Ms. McKendry, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, good morning. My name is Karen McKendry. Among other things, I'm an environmental educator. I moved to Nova Scotia in 2005 to work on a master's degree at Dalhousie University, but outside of school, I was keen to engage kids in hikes and nature-based activities in the wilds of Nova Scotia, but found there wasn't already an organization focused on that. So I founded my own, the Young Naturalist Club, which is a nature club for kids and families, and it teaches people about the wild species of Nova Scotia and takes them to wild places. As I got more involved in the environmental education movement in our province, it became apparent that there were some glaring holes in environmental education in Nova Scotia. Unlike other provinces, environmental education was not enshrined in the public school curriculum here, and there were few opportunities for adults to engage in environmental education in their workplaces or personal lives. Environmental education is simply education about the issues impacting the environment, as well as information about actions we can take to improve and sustain the natural world we all depend on. It's a process that allows learners to explore environmental issues, engage in problem solving, and take action in an informed way. It covers topics like climate change, biodiversity loss, clean energy, pollution, waste and recycling, and more. Environmental education is not advocacy from a particular political point of view. Rather, it focuses on examining environmental issues from different points of view and encourages critical thinking and problem solving on the topic. Environmental education creates learners with higher environmental literacy. Their improved understanding of the natural world and their role in it gives them the skills and motivation to make responsible decisions when they consider their relationships to natural systems, communities, and future generation. It lends itself to exactly the kind of empathetic and multidisciplinary approaches that we're realizing we need in a swiftly changing world. Recognizing that the environmental literacy gaps in Nova Scotia would not be addressed by my actions alone, I joined the Nova Scotia Environmental Education Caucus, now called the Environmental and Sustainability Education Caucus. This is a network of educators both in the classroom and outside of the school system that strives to raise the profile of environmental education and sustainability education and improve the capacity for teachers and learners to access great quality programs. The groups involved in the caucus have visited hundreds of classrooms over the years with their curriculum-linked environmental education programs, thanks to interested, resourceful teachers who saw the value of bringing environmental education into their classrooms. We've given talks for teachers in training, and most recently put on our second professional development day for teachers and educators entirely focused on environmental education programs that teachers can access across Nova Scotia. But we're always on the outside looking in. Without a requirement to seek out environmental education resources and programs, only a fraction of teachers have discovered what we have to offer and the extensive world of environmental education resources that can be brought into the classroom. In 2007, while I was still a grad student and just getting Young Naturals Club off the ground, a new piece of provincial legislation was introduced, the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act. And I was so excited. Here I was in Nova Scotia, right while the country's most ambitious goals and around many aspects of the environment was about to be enshrined in law. I read the wording of the act, and I found it both inspiring and lacking in one way. I had just learned of the law amendments feature in the legislative process in Nova Scotia, and so I mustered up all the courage I could and signed up to speak at the Law Amendments Committee meeting about EGSPA. In my comments, I commended political leaders on bringing forward this progressive, needed piece of legislation, but pointed out, and I quote from my notes from 2007, "This act tells us what we have to do, when we have to do it by, but not why. It's missing the vital component, and that component is environmental education." Environmental education would connect the dots for people, why we need to take specific actions described in the Act in order to both prosper financially and conserve the natural systems that sustain us. 12 years later, the Act is now being renewed and replaced, and there is still a serious lack of prioritizing environmental education. And Nova Scotia is now a laggard on this front, as opposed to a leader. In the last 12 years, the British Columbia Ministry of Education developed curriculum maps to aid in teaching environmental education across all grade levels. Ontario enacted a policy in 2009 to incorporate environmental education into all grades and all subjects. They crafted a set of standards for environmental education and incorporated learner expectations for every grade level across every subject by 2017. Both Ontario and BC introduced teachers to networks that support bringing environmental education into the classroom, just like the Environmental and Sustainability Education Caucus in Nova Scotia. And in New Brunswick, more than $8.4 million of funds that the province collects through their Environmental Trust Fund will go this year to many community-based environmental education projects and research initiatives. We have an Environmental Trust Fund in Nova Scotia too, but it just sits dormant every year, even though its original purpose was to fund environmental education and conservation initiatives. Environmental education is not new, but it's needed now more than ever. The public school system is where the largest population of learners are educated, and those learners are going to be the citizens and leaders of Nova Scotia in an increasingly unfamiliar future. We can better equip students with the knowledge and skills that they need to work on environmental issues if this Act states environmental education as a priority. Currently, the word education does not appear in Bill 213 at all. Specifically, I recommend that environmental education be included in Section 4, the Principles section. It could be added as Clause 4A5. The Act could state, "This Act is based on the following principles. A, the achievement of sustainable prosperity in the province must include all of the following elements. 1, Nedigalump. 2, sustainable development. 3, a circular economy. 4, an inclusive economy. And 5, environmental education." Improving environmental education for youth and adults is foundational to achieving the aims of this Act, including over the long term. There are a variety of creative ways to do this, and I want to be a part of those conversations that explore those options and the conversations that come from this regulation stemming from the Act. For example, in Ontario, they created a working group led by Canadian astronaut and educator Roberta Bondar to develop a policy framework for bringing more environmental education into the classroom. The province of New Brunswick worked with a local academic to create a plan for how to implement the province's climate change action plan through environmental education, awareness, and capacity building. Improving everyone's understanding of the natural world and our relationships with it is possible and is essential to becoming a more sustainable society. I also view it as crucial to achieving the aims and ultimately the goals that will come from this Act. The Sustainable Development Goals Act takes Nova Scotia in a more sustainable and successful direction. However, it'll only be effective and supportive if we all understand why we are doing this. Environmental education answers that question. How awful would it be to gain national recognition as a green and sustainable province, but when you ask the average Nova Scotian why their home province took this bold step, they say, "I don't know." Thank you for your time and consideration. I've brought you a more detailed definition of environmental education and the case for why it needs to be included in this Act. And I encourage you to get in contact with me or any other environmental educators to talk about how the wording of the Act could be improved or how regulations could support environmental education. I've also brought a little treat for you, but to get one, you have to answer a natural history question. So these are some cookies. Some are shaped like maple leaves and some are shaped like acorns. They're gluten-free and refined sugar-free, and they're sweetened with maple syrup. So my question to you is, from what species of maple does maple syrup come? No Googling. You got it, right on. Now, but also, what other species, name another species of maple native to Nova Scotia? Yeah, red maple. Yeah. And also, some of the cookies are shaped like acorns. What kind of tree do acorns come from? Acorns. And what did you guess? Oh, right on, yeah. So interesting thing about acorn, so the word acorn was removed from the Oxford Junior Dictionary in 2015 because kids weren't using it enough and was replaced with more commonly used words like broadband. So it is relevant that we talk about the education system. If it's not supplying the vocabulary for people to talk about nature, how can we come to appreciate it better? Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Ms. McKendry. We now have an opportunity for questions. Mr. McGuire.
Less of a question and more of a statement. We've had, sorry, I just threw a cookie in my mouth. I didn't think I was going to be the first one to talk. We've had many conversations over the last little while, but one of the things I'll do is maybe we can meet at a different time and have discussion around the Environmental Trust Fund. I'll do some digging and research, and then we'll figure out where that is and what it's being used for. Okay.
Any further questions? Ms. McKendry, did you have a handout for folks here?
Passed around?
Yeah.
Oh, do you need one? Do you need one more copy? Yes, I can send that. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ms. McKendry. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the cookies.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. William Zimmerman. Great, thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, up to 10 minutes for presentation. I'll try to give you a 2-minute warning and 5 minutes for questions. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Zimmerman. I'm a retired professional engineer and I live in Wolfville, Nova Scotia. I graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a master's in engineering, returned to university to obtain a master's in political science from the University of Hawaii, and I did further study at the London School of Economics. In 1972, I attended the first UN Conference on the Human Environment as part of my work on a fellowship studying the importance of human values in technical decision-making. I was on the organizing committee for the People and Energy Conference in Halifax in 1975. My engineering consulting work included 9 years with the Institute of Man Resources in PEI, which among other achievements established Canada's first wind test site. I was a participant in the Science Council of Canada's Soft Energy Path Study and a founding member of the Associate Committee on Solar Energy for the National Research Council. As a town councillor in Wolfville from 2004 to 2012, I chaired the UNSM Greenhouse Gas Reduction Committee, which later became the Sustainable Practices Committee. From 2005 to 2007, I served on the Minister's Advisory Council on Energy Efficiency and Conservation. In 2007 to 2009, representing the UNSM. I attended UN COP11 in Montreal, again representing the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities in 2005. I share this with you because while I, like so many millions around the globe, am also given hope by the inspirational work of Greta Thunberg, I'm old enough to be her grandparent. And I just want you to know that with my life partner, I've been at this for over 50 years now. In my case, both as a professional capacity, but also as an active citizen. I bring this background to this hearing on Bill 213, the Sustainable Development Goals Act. I must admit that I'm troubled by the use of prosperity throughout the bill. The word has connotations of the, quote, fairy tales of eternal economic growth that Greta challenged in her address before the UN. Thus, I take prosperity to mean doing well in a social context, as she is prospering in school. That doesn't mean she's getting rich. It means she's getting along well. With my definition of prosperity in mind, my comments are as follows. Section 1, Part C, I would suggest that an inclusive economy must provide a base level of income so that people can actually participate in the economy. Possible relevant goals for this would be, for example, eliminate child poverty by the year 2030, or establish the minimum wage will reach a living wage by 2030, so that if a person has a job, they can afford to live. They should be able to afford to live anyhow, but that's another issue, which may mean that we should, as a province, think about the guaranteed income, guaranteed minimum income, or basic income guarantee, or whatever you want to call it, to make sure that that floor of basic necessities is met. Section 2, H, I would recommend that economic growth be replaced with economy. That growth is not necessarily our main goal. In this section, section 4, netukulimik, I don't speak Mi'kmaq very well, I apologize, is the key and overriding element. It would be interesting to hear how a Mi'kmaq elder would explain the meaning of netukulimik, because I have a feeling that the definition we have here maybe puts a little bit too much emphasis on, again, economic growth, rather than just the pure concept, which I believe is traditional with Mi'kmaq people, of taking only what you need and not entering into the market economy with it, because the market economy did not exist for the Mi'kmaq before they were introduced to civilization. But I think that the essence of that concept is an important one for us to consider. I certainly endorse the elements and principles subject to my comments on the meaning of an inclusive economy. Section 6, B, I'm not sure what is meant by cleaner energy or transportation. Does it mean that all the surfaces in all of our cars are well scrubbed? What does it mean exactly? And I think it would be better to be very clear about it. I think it may mean decarbonizing energy and transportation, which would, if it does mean that, why not use that term? At the same time, the decarbonizing of transportation and space heating will require significant changes to our energy infrastructure. This would be much easier if Nova Scotia Power was a publicly owned utility. Remember those days. Section 7A, why is this even in the Act? It sets out a goal for 2020. And if we're supposed to be there within a couple months, why did you bother putting it in the Act? It may make us look better because we've achieved the goal, but I just question why A is even there. As for B and C, I find that stating emission targets based on a percentage reduction from emissions in a particular year to be somewhat confusing. In recent discussions, I found people using widely varying numbers for emissions in the given base year. At the same time, the choice of a specific base year can make the reductions more or less impressive. I would endorse adopting the EAC goal, the Ecology Action Center goal, which I believe you already have before you, of no more than 9.8 megatons CO2 equivalent in 2030 with zero emissions by 2050. Net zero emissions by 2050. Section 8, again we come up with the word clean. First, what is clean growth and precisely what is growing? There are different ways of approaching that, and I think we get stuck of thinking of growth only in terms of making more money. There are other ways of growing than that. And I would think that one of the transitions that would be useful for us to make is to be able to understand the value of those other ways of growing. The climate change plan for clean growth, clean again, will be a linchpin of this act, and the process of developing it must include broad and meaningful consultations with the Mi'kmaq people, municipalities, and the general public. Oh, Bill, there's another page. What role will the roundtable have in this process? How are appointments made to the roundtable? Does it reflect the population of Nova Scotia? Section 9. There are few details on the Sustainable Community Challenge Fund, so it's hard to comment, but I'm not sure that competitive opportunities is the best way to proceed. I would prefer collaboration and cooperation between communities. Section 12. The annual report should be made to the people of the province, not just the House of Assembly. I think it should be an event every year when we look at where we've been and look at where we're going, and that this be a public event, not just something that happens on the floor of the House.
2 minutes remaining.
Section 14. This section is key to the success or failure of the Act in producing meaningful progress, as there are only 3 stated goals in the Act, all in Section 7, one of which is essentially irrelevant. Presumably, other goals will be developed and presented as regulations. The process of determining these goals is very important and should include consultations, as I suggest in Section 8. Conclusion. This legislation seems well-intentioned, but it's thin on details of exactly how the government will proceed. The devil is in the regulations and the climate change plan for clean growth. There will be difficult choices to make, and it is best to have the decision-making process as transparent as possible with meeting participation of the people. That's all. I have a couple hard copies of this and can provide a copy by way of email if that's desired.
Great. If you give a copy to the page, she could make copies for us. Questions for Mr. Zimmerman? No questions. Thank you very much, Bill. Marla McLeod and Megan McMorris from the Ecology Action Centre. Welcome, Ms. McLeod and Ms. McMorris. The floor is yours. Ms. McLeod.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered here on unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I'm Marla McLeod, Managing Director with the Ecology Action Centre. I'm going to speak more broadly on the Sustainable Development Goals Act, and then my colleague, Megan McMorris, our Community Energy Coordinator, will speak more specifically to our proposed amendments. We at the Ecology Action Centre welcome the renewal of EGSPA, now titled the Sustainable Development Goals Act. We think it is highly beneficial for society to set some strong environmental, economic, and social goals and develop consensus around those goals. EGSPA has done much for Nova Scotia, and a renewed act can do even more in this time of climate emergency, biodiversity crisis, and reconciliation. We believe the act has benefited rural and urban Nova Scotia, and we would ensure that this continues to be the case. We welcome the recognition in this act that sustainable prosperity is important to all departments and that there is a defined role for the Premier. As noted by the Roundtable in their letter, the Sustainable Development Goals Act needs to be at the center of government operations and policy. There is a clear opportunity to integrate the work of the One Nova Scotia Initiative and that of the Sustainable Development Goals Act. We support an annual progress report and a 5-year review of the Act. We welcome the renewal and expansion of Roundtable membership. It is critical to have Mi'kmaq, African Nova Scotian, and youth representation at the table. We applaud the sentiment of the inclusion of Nadugalam, and we encourage authentic consultation with Mi'kmaq communities to fully understand this concept and what it would mean for public policy to implement it fully. We would encourage the province to follow British Columbia's lead and adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We support the title of the Act if the government is serious about sustainable development. This would include transitioning to a low-carbon, green, and inclusive economy. This transition needs to happen if we are to address the climate and biodiversity crises and address environmental racism in Nova Scotia. We do not support creating regulations for the purpose of moving most goals into the regulations. The original architects put the goals in the Act for a reason. As legislators, you can understand the heightened value of having goals in the Act. We are proposing 13 new goals for the Act. Some of them are new areas that address forestry and environmental racism. Others are updated versions of existing goals in the Act, both achieved and in progress. We've provided you with a copy of these proposed goals. We would like to talk specifically about the climate goal. With the adoption of strong climate goals, we see the opportunity for the government of Nova Scotia to work closely with the federal government and in particular take advantage of any funding programs. We also support robust in-person consultation on all goals and the rest of the Act. We realize that the time for action on climate was yesterday. But thoughtful and open consultation is important for creating social license and as much consensus as possible. We would suggest that consultations start as soon as the House rises.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Ms. McMorris.
Thank you. Our first proposed amendment is to Section 7B, which currently states that the provincial government will legislate a greenhouse gas emissions target of 53% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. We, the Ecology Action Centre, propose that the target be amended to 58% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. The province, therefore, would emit no more than 9.8 megatons in the year 2030. We applaud the government for setting a target of net zero emissions by the year 2050. However, Sections 2.4.1 to 2.4.3 of the IPCC report clearly state that the rate at which we decrease GHG emissions will determine whether or not we overshoot 1.5 or 2 degrees of global temperature rise. An overshoot refers to a peak followed by a decline in global warming. The speed at which we move towards a target of net zero emissions in 2050 will also determine the extent of the impacts of climate change on Nova Scotia. Therefore, a faster decline in GHG emissions and a target of 58% below 2005 levels by 2030 will create a higher chance of staying within 1.5 degrees of global warming and decrease the potential impacts of climate change within the province. While all jurisdictions must reduce their GHG emissions, both the IPCC report and the Paris Agreement state that our emission reduction targets must reflect our fair share. The consideration of jurisdictions doing their fair share comes from the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities, which was enshrined in the internationally agreed upon United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992. Almost 30 years later, it remains a core piece in 18 sections of the IPCC report and Article 2 of the Paris Agreement. According to the independent and scientific analysis of Climate Action Tracker, a GHG emission reduction target of 58% below 2005 levels in the year 2030 would represent Canada and its jurisdictions' fair share. Furthermore, this is the minimum necessary amount required to be compliant with a 1.5 degree global warming target. Finally, according to a report done by economic consultant Gardner Pinfold, we know that Nova Scotia stands to benefit from almost $9.8 billion in added GDP between now and 2030 if the province were to set a GHG target of 58% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. And of that $9.8 billion in GDP, almost $6.3 billion would be added income for Nova Scotians. Our second proposed amendment is to Section 14.1 of Bill 213, which refers to public consultations. We propose that it be amended to explicitly specify that the consultations be in-person and participatory. The IPCC report states that climate planning and action must be implemented in a participatory and integrated manner. Taking a participatory approach to consultations would involve knowledge sharing, using existing community and sector relationships, respecting and leveraging community strengths and resources, including communities in the design of the consultations, engaging in co-learning and capacity building, raising the voices of underrepresented communities and communities currently subject to environmental racism, and holding consultations based in treaty. All communities are different. We know this. The IPCC emphasizes this in its call to action to have governments pursue place-specific pathways, as they have the highest potential for also increasing the well-being of a place. Communities have different strengths, economic realities, comparative economic advantages, power dimensions, existing networks and community groups, concerns about climate change, and needs for climate change education, mitigation, and adaptation.
2 minutes.
Thank you. The IPCC report emphasizes that there will be robust differences in the effects of climate change between regions, and for this reason, all communities in Nova Scotia must be engaged fully and in a participatory manner so that sustainable development can occur within the context of their differentiated situations and realities. Many communities in Nova Scotia are leaders, and they're already planning and implementing innovative solutions. We urge the government to engage with these communities to hold consultations and to build momentum. Finally, community-based academic research has proven that participatory methods have a higher chance of increasing trust, perceptions of legitimacy, and creating approaches to complex issues such as sustainable development that are more likely to succeed. In conclusion, with GHG targets based in science and fairness and the robust inclusion of all communities and stakeholders in the development of the goals, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, and the Climate Change Clean Growth Strategy, the Sustainable Development Goals Act has the potential to lay the foundation for a future where all Nova Scotians, our ecosystems, and biodiversity can thrive. A future where the success of our economy is not at the expense of the well-being of our environment or our communities. A future of inclusion, empowerment, innovation, and resilience. And this is a future worth being bold for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got... Thank you, and again, I have a role here as chair of the committee to remind the audience that we're not to show pleasure or displeasure, and I appreciate the support that you want to give to this presentation, but I am bound by the rules to ask you to do your best to refrain from that. Mr. McKay with a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both very much for a very informative presentation and an excellent package you've provided. And I think we're all in agreement that science-based decision-making must drive our decisions. I'm curious, you mentioned the GHG emissions targets 58% below 2005. I'm wondering if we were to move from 53% below the 2005 levels by 2030 to the 58% by the year 2030. You mentioned the figure for megatons, I believe, and I'm sorry I don't recall exactly what it was, but how many megatons, if we're talking science, how many megatons in difference would that be?
Ms. McMorris.
So thanks for the question. A goal of 53% below 2005 levels results in about 11 megatons. That's what we would be emitting in the year 2030. Our 58% amendment that we're suggesting, we would be emitting no more than 9.8 megatons.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire, concise questions. We don't have too much time. I've got two others to get to.
Okay. Just quickly, two things that kind of popped up. First of all, thank you for the presentation. There are two things that quickly popped out to me. Is one of the things that we continue to butt heads with, and you kind of touch on it here in this. Is our emission reduction targets must be reflective of our fair share. One of the things that I constantly hear from people that either don't believe in climate change or push back on setting targets is that, you know, we still have China, we still have the United States, we have all these huge emitters. So how do we combat that? And I think that might go back to Karen and her talking about education in the schools and education in the communities. And The second part of my question is, how important is the public consultation? And I know there is some people that say this should go in right now, and the goals and everything should be set in place immediately. But how important is it to the Ecology Action Centre and all the groups that are part of this to have a long, insightful, informative consultation on this? So 2 questions, sorry.
Ms. McMorris.
Sorry, can you remind me of the first question?
It's around the pushback.
Oh, right.
And Mr. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Like, well, China and this,
Yes.
when we know that, we have to start somewhere, right?
Ms. McMorris.
So my response to your first question would be, we know that climate change is real. The science is there. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. As we continue to exist in this world where the impacts of climate change become more prominent, we have a choice. We can prepare our communities so that our communities are resilient while at the same time addressing climate change, or we can continue as business as usual. We hope that every country and every jurisdiction globally is going to do their fair share. We have hope thanks to the IPCC special report on global warming and thanks to the Paris Agreement. We know that in this moment in time, there's an immense opportunity in terms of our economy. As economies have to shift, that's an opportunity for innovation and for entrepreneurship. Those are 2 things that Nova Scotia does really well. So we can either be ahead of the game and be able to advance every opportunity and to be leaders on this, or we can be chasing the opportunity and not get the opportunities fully. So it's really a matter of are we going to let our communities down and they're not going to be resilient and it's going to be harder to mitigate and adapt, or are we going to be leaders and step forward and also at the same time gain these economic benefits?
Ms. Chendrick, 20 seconds.
So what I heard you say around consultation sounds like a completely different beast than what we've seen referred to as consultation around these acts. And I just want to check with you that what I feel like I heard from this presentation, and this is from either of you, is that this kind of consultation isn't a box to tick, but in fact we have to do that community building, community specific work in order to kind of make real the goals that we're talking about. Is that accurate?
We're out of time. If you could be very concise with a response. Mrs. McMorris.
To keep it concise, absolutely. And I have the great joy in my job of going around and speaking with communities. And I can tell you that communities have the solutions. They're being talked about at the local coffee shops, and they need government to hear them. And so that is the best starting place for consultations.
Great. Well, thank you both for coming in today. Appreciate it. We're out of time, John. Sorry. John Pierce. Welcome, Mr. Pierce. The floor is yours.
The subtitle of this is Climate Change from the Perspective of an English Major. I did a PhD in English at Dal, and I taught English, and I had to switch into industrial relations. I worked for a union for 11 years. Now I'm retired. I act, I write fiction, nonfiction plays, and I'm involved in the parish council of my church, St. Margaret Anglican, and I'm involved in the Anglican Diocesan Environmental Network, which is probably more than anything else why I'm here today. And this is going to be very personal, experiential. I don't pretend to be a scientist, but I think what I have is basically true to the basic facts. Let me start by relating a personal anecdote that made me aware of the idea of environmental emergency many, many years ago. As a young English professor at Susquehanna University in Pennsylvania, I was only an hour's drive from the nuclear reactor at 3 Mile Island when it had its meltdown. The thought that we might all be annihilated drove us all, faculty and students alike, to near distraction, to the point where I found it impossible to think about anything else. After a day of this, I knew I could no longer teach in such an environment, and I fled to Toronto, where my wife was then living. I spent a week there, not returning to Pennsylvania until it was clear that the emergency was over. If only for that week, I was an environmental refugee, fortunate to have a safe haven to which I could repair in my hour of need. Now fast forward some 40 years. As I drove home from church yesterday, I heard of the terrible plight facing Californians. There, persistent wildfires, in large measure the result of climate change, have become so severe as to cause the state utility to shut off electricity to nearly 1 million homes so that electric sparks from the transformers will not worsen the fires. Many have already been forced to evacuate their homes. Many more will be forced to do so in the days ahead. I don't even want to think about the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Californians who will be forced to the state's already overcrowded highways in an attempt to find safer conditions. This is by no means the first climate emergency California has faced. Some years ago, a drought there became so severe that experts were saying the state might soon have to choose between water for residential purposes and water for business and industry. As the state's population increases, the looming water shortages can only worsen. Before long, it may be necessary for the state to start paying residents to leave in order to have adequate water supplies for those who remain. So this is right now, and it's already happening. Fortunately, we here in Nova Scotia are not yet in a situation as dire as that of California, but we've already seen considerable evidence of climate change here, as in the increased frequency and severity of hurricanes and other windstorms, and in the temporary pollution of what were previously considered pristine waters off of our South Shore. Our own situation is becoming urgent. The bill being proposed is an important first step in dealing with the ongoing climate emergency, and I support it. True, some may say the targets set in the bill should be higher. Perhaps they should. But in the larger scheme of things, targets are just numbers which can be modified if necessary. What's important is that we all recognize the urgency of the situation and stop thinking to rule, so to speak, in the belief that things will somehow return to normal if only we ride more bikes and use fewer plastic bags. It won't, and these retail measures alone would be far from adequate to meet even less stringent targets than the relatively moderate ones put forward in the bill. We need to start thinking about some of the big wholesale changes we're going to have to make if we're to have any chance of pulling through at all. If this bill can get us to start focusing on these big changes, and I think it can, then it will have done a major service. What are some of the new directions we should be taking? We could do worse than to start by taking a look at one of the bill's key principles, sustainable development. To me, at least, sustainable development entails protecting what are arguably the province's two most important industries, seafood and tourism. Anything that puts these two industries at risk is a big no-no. The type of resource, sick development, that we're seeing in the pulp mill along the Northumberland Strait and in mines elsewhere in the province is putting these industries at serious risk. No one wants to eat fish from polluted waters, and tourists don't want to come to swim or boat in polluted waters or to camp beside them. So if we're serious about this bill and about truly sustainable development, bearing in mind that worldwide fossil fuels are being phased out, we're going to have to get out of the energy business, or at least that part of it involving coal or petroleum, and also out of mining. The second set of wholesale changes that are needed has to do with transportation, which according to a recent study is the source of 28% of all Canadian greenhouse gas emissions. The greatest part of this comes from cars and trucks. Except to a limited extent in Metro Halifax, it's all but impossible to live without a car in Nova Scotia. The passenger rail service, which when I first came to Halifax as a graduate student in 1970, provided twice daily service to Montreal and service to Yarmouth and the Annapolis Valley, as well as to eastern Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, has shrunk to thrice weekly service through Amherst and Truro to Halifax. There have also been major reductions in bus service over the years. while other parts of the world, including even parts of that socialist hotbed, the United States of America, are modernizing and expanding their rail services, Nova Scotia is on the brink of becoming a transportation orphan. What's needed, clearly, is a major rebuild of the rail system. Entire dayliner runs could be put in for the cost of a few miles of highway twinning. Rebuilding the rail system would set in motion what the economists call a virtuous cycle. Rebuilding the system would create many good jobs. Maintaining it would create many more. All this in addition to reducing the number of cars and trucks on the road and the amount of greenhouse gas emitted. A decent passenger rail system with service to most parts of the province would also mean that many seniors who really shouldn't be driving, and bear in mind we have about the oldest average age of any province in the country, many seniors who really shouldn't be driving but now drive because they really have no alternative would get off the road, or at least they wouldn't drive any further than a convenience store. This in turn would lead to fewer accidents, reduced healthcare costs, and more. So you see how the virtuous cycle plays out there too. For far too long, rail has been judged by a different standard than highways and air travel. Subsidies to it are viewed in a different and far more negative light than subsidies for roads or airports. Yet rail is the cleanest and greenest way to travel by a country mile. John A. Macdonald built the country by building a transcontinental rail line. We can rebuild it and save our environment into the bargain by rebuilding and modernizing our rail service, currently amongst the worst in any developed Western country. But to do this important job, we need to stop thinking in automatic pilot and recognize a rail system as an investment rather than a cost.
2 minutes.
The wages of sin is death. We've all, both as individuals and as a society, sinned against Mother Earth, against our own children and grandchildren, and against our fellow creatures and inhabitants on the planet, animals and plants alike. Going on as we have is simply not an option. The results would be too horrific to even contemplate. Finding a new way to live is absolutely imperative. But we mustn't think that this new way will entail sacrificing our well-being. It will not require us to don the hair shirt of asceticism. If we go about things right, we can have a better life while helping to save the planet. What sane person can actually say he or she enjoys driving to downtown Halifax and trying to find a parking spot on Spring Garden Road or here? Isn't it easier and pleasanter, not to mention cheaper, to use public transit to get to downtown Halifax? As for longer distance transportation, what sane person could say he or she actually enjoys flying to Montreal or Ottawa, packed in with others like cattle being sent to the Chicago stockyard? Don't you think many of us would make the energy and planet-saving switch to train travel for this journey if only there were trains available at reasonable cost that could make the journey within a reasonable time frame? In other words, the way of life is the better way, the joyous way. The money needed to bring it about, and let's not deny the amount will not be considerable, should be viewed not as a cost but an investment, one that will pay big dividends in anything but the very shortest term. Let us therefore embrace the way of life and joy wholeheartedly, using this bill not as a be-all or end-all, but as a starting point, a springboard for further investigation and inquiry. If we stick to the bill's principles like sustainable development and the changes we make, both individually and collectively, we won't go wrong. No, the bill isn't perfect, but it's a good start, and I would therefore urge that it be passed as quickly as possible with some of the amendments that have been suggested today that I think very highly of. Needless to say, political will is required to ensure there's money and expertise made available to implement the necessary changes to our economy, our transportation system, and our agriculture system. Without such political will, all that will be done will be of the nature of tinkering. It will continue to be business as usual, and it will in all likelihood lead to our destruction. But the bill puts us in a better position than we'd be in without it. Now it is up to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Any questions, Ms. Chender?
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. It's really nice sitting on this committee when we hear people come and bring their personal experience, because I think it humanizes the concepts that we're discussing. And I also want to thank you for bringing up the issue of transportation, because I agree with what I think is the thrust of your comments here, that this needs to guide a shift in our thinking throughout all of the areas of government spending and action. And the reality is transportation is a bit of a third rail, in provincial politics, because and also municipal politics. We have enormous road paving budgets and just ways in which we build and maintain traditional transportation infrastructure that do not get questioned. So I just want to appreciate you for bringing that up and encourage you to keep being vocal.
Mr. Pierce?
I teach a class in Truro, Nova Scotia for the Seniors College sometimes, and I have to drive there in a car by myself and back 90 kilometers each way, but I have no choice. There is no other option that it would let me get there and back on the same day. There's something really wrong with that.
Right. All right, we have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Pierce, for joining us today. Robin Tress. Welcome, Ms. Tress. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Robin Tress. I'm a climate and social justice campaigner with the Council of Canadians. And I, like almost everyone in this room, am a visitor on these Mi'kmaq territories. And I see my place in this law amendments process as an attempt to support Mi'kmaq communities in their work to reclaim sovereignty on their lands by intervening in this colonial government process. I work for an organization called the Council of Canadians, and we're an organization made up of over 150,000 supporters from across the country, with about 60 community chapters working on social justice in their communities from coast to coast to coast. In Nova Scotia, our chapters have been active in the struggle to defend land and water from irreparable harms of resource extraction, including the fight against fracking, uranium mining, and offshore drilling. We stand in solidarity with Pictou Landing First Nation, a community that's been fighting for more than 50 years to stop their waters from being used as a toxic waste disposal. And we stand in solidarity with the Mi'kmaq grandmothers fighting Alton Gas to reclaim title to their territories and traditional governance systems. And I feel the need to note that one of the daughters of one of the grandmothers fighting Alton Gas is standing in the lobby right now because she couldn't get in a time slot here, and she's got quite a lot to say. So I'm just wondering if anyone has the power to let Kyra Gilbert into this room. She's got some things to say that need to be said.
Order,
so the
please.
Council of Canadians.
Order, please. Again, just a reminder that the gallery is not to show pleasure or displeasure under the rules of the House. I am aware of Kyra Gilbert, and I'm working on getting her in this afternoon. Thank you. Ms. Tress.
I hope that didn't interfere with my time. The Council of Canadians is an organization held together by the shared belief that another world is possible, one where we can take care of each other and the planet that we live on, and where people and communities are afforded more rights and respect than corporations and the super wealthy. It is with that belief that I speak to you today. We're in a climate crisis. This crisis is an unfortunate logical conclusion of centuries of colonization of Indigenous lands and the oppression and abuse of the world's Indigenous peoples. This colonization of land and people has enabled the accumulation of wealth by a few as a result of taking wealth from the many. In the past few decades, corporations have been able to amass such wealth that they have paid for access to innumerable government decision-making processes and public forums, including here in Nova Scotia, including those that are meant to address the climate crisis. This is the root of the climate crisis, and we cannot forget that as we make greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets and plans. This is a crisis of inequality, wealth accumulation, and political power that is now manifesting as climate change. We need to collectively transform society from extreme inequality and disconnection from the ecological crisis we're experiencing today to a society that prioritizes people's health, well-being, community, and dignity, and recognizes that people and the planet are inseparable. With that in mind, the target laid out in this legislation is fine, but it's not great. In order to do our part to stay below 1.5 degrees of global warming, our targets here in Nova Scotia should be closer to 9 megatons, and our timeline should be much shorter. I expect that the consultation process that this legislation commits to, in that process, you'll hear a lot of people talk about a need for even higher ambition than is laid out in this legislation. I'm mostly here to talk about the consultation process that will take place in 2020. Consultation is a process of asking and then listening in order to understand the general consensus within a community or society. Consultation is necessary when you haven't heard what is needed or wanted. It is imperative that I remind you of all the ways that you have heard from us about how to act on climate change in a way that is equitable and will address the long history of inequality and oppression that I just described. First, the 2030 Declaration is a document that is written and consented to by over 100 organizations in Nova Scotia, including the Council of Canadians. And these organizations represent communities that have firsthand experience with the racism, poverty, sexism, and genocide that comes along with these centuries of colonization and capitalism. It has also been consented to by people who are working to create the solutions to the interlocked climate and inequality crises. This declaration calls for greenhouse gas reductions of 50% below 1990 levels by 2030. This is far more ambitious than what's laid out in the new law that we're discussing today. It calls for action and legislation to understand that the structural inequities of race, gender, income, and the ongoing impacts of colonization and environmental racism still exist in this province. It calls for a just transition to center the rights of Indigenous peoples and follow the responsibilities that we hold under the Peace and Friendship Treaties here in Mi'kma'ki. Our transition must center the voices of Mi'kmaq people, African Nova Scotians, and other marginalized peoples, and respect traditional, local, and academic knowledge. I pulled these words straight from the 2030 Declaration. Secondly, there are clear calls from Mi'kmaq and settler communities across Nova Scotia to stop pillaging the earth for fossil fuels, uranium, and gold. It is almost heartbreaking that I need to say that this government needs to stop Alton Gas. It needs to remain this government needs to remain firm on the deadline to close Boat Harbour and help Pictou Landing First Nation and the entire Mi'kmaq Nation to heal from decades and centuries of abuse. Don't even think about reopening discussion on uranium mining or fracking. Stop trying to mine for gold. We don't need it. Stop pouring money into offshore drilling. If we put equality and justice for people at the center of the plan for the future, there's no need for any of these devastating projects to go ahead. Third, people in Nova Scotia have been suffering at the hands of the ultra-rich for too long, and we haven't been shy about telling you that. We know that corporate interests get more attention from our government than we do, whether it has to do with maintaining and improving healthcare, or discussing natural resources, or policing, or taxes. We know that this government puts corporate interests ahead of public interests every time. In the consultation process next year, it is essential that corporate voices are excluded. Corporate interests are what got us into this mess, and they cannot be allowed to muddy the waters of our urgent action on the climate crisis that this bill is trying to represent. Finally, you already know that based on the treaties of peace and friendship, that free, prior, and informed consent of the Mi'kmaq Nation is mandatory for all activities on this land. This means that going beyond the Made in Nova Scotia process and towards respect for traditional governance and collective rights. I'm not the one to tell you how to do this. You can hear it straight from the grandmothers from across the Mi'kmaq Nation, and they are telling you how to do this often. I'm saying all these things so that we can all have a clear picture of where consultation should start. As I said in the beginning, consultation is necessary when you need to learn something new or hear something new from people. You have already heard from the 2030 Network, from communities facing the imminent threats to our water sources and overall health. You have heard that we don't want to be overshadowed by the corporate interests that put us in this mess in the first place. You have heard that we must obey the peace and friendship treaties. Consultation goes bad when it is used as an effort to delay, or when you've heard from a community and we just don't like what they said, so you keep asking until someone says what you wanted to hear. I'm aware that the demands that we're articulating are extremely challenging. We're talking about transforming our entire society here. We know it will be hard, and this transformation will require new ways of thinking and organizing our society. However difficult this challenge is, it is necessary, and everything I've laid out represents at least some of the will of the people. In any good consultation process, those setting out to do the consulting must first do as much as they can to understand what's already going on and what's already been asked for, so that the consultation process can reveal something new. I urge you to recognize all the work that has already been done by communities like the ones I described and many more, to envision and build a new way forward that we need so badly. I urge you to use this as a starting point, the baseline for your consultation process, so that we can really get somewhere in figuring out how to transform Nova Scotia into a place where we can all live with dignity and take the necessary action on climate change. We don't have time to backslide. We don't have time to talk about whether or not to reopen Nova Scotia to fracking or gold mining or uranium mining, or to continue to search for offshore oil, or to continue abusing Mi'kmaq communities and their lands and waters. I hope this consultation process focuses on the needs of people and communities, not corporations. I hope it results in real funding to make the transition and transformation of our society actually possible, including funding for the workers who need to reskill to do the heavy lifting that this transition requires. I hope it results in a task force that's given the appropriate resources to actually make change happen. We can't have another report that gathers dust on a shelf. And I hope this consultation process results in a real recognition of and reparations for environmental racism across Nova Scotia. People are here to do the hard work of transforming our societies. We've already proven this as we've written report upon report, had meeting upon meeting to describe exactly what we need that transformation to look like. So we're here to do the work, and we hope that those in control of this legislation are as well. Thank you for your time.
Great. Great. Thank you, Ms. Tress. Questions from the committee? Ms. Martin.
Wow, thank you. I for one, don't know enough about where we should be or where we need to get to, but I will tell you, listening to you, I'm moved and excited to think that we have people like you that are leading the way and showing those of us that are a bit older where we need to get to, because you just made a difference in listening to you, and you really did inspire me. Thank you very much.
Ms. Tress?
I'll reiterate that there are people and communities across Nova Scotia and honestly around the world who have been experiencing the crisis we're facing now for decades. They've been planning how to move beyond that. They've been asking for help, and they've been making really clear demands about what they need to overcome the crises that we are all facing. And so I just need to reiterate, and then one more time, like, those voices need to be listened to, and right now they're consistently overpowered by corporate interests. So that's really my message here.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Tress. Ms. Christine Saulnier.
Can you speak? We got people downstairs trying to get in to observe, if we could ask some.
Thank you. Security's just informed me that there's a few presenters downstairs that are unable to get into the room because of our occupancy regulations. So if there's any volunteers that are willing to leave the room so that we can get some more folks up, we'd appreciate that. Ms. Saulnier, welcome. Ms. Gender.
Just to clarify, can people listen to the proceedings downstairs if they leave this room?
I don't. Ms. McGuire?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Mr. McGuire.
Yeah, it's actually streaming on Ledge TV right now, so no difference then. Yeah, they can go to the lobby and listen.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so I will ask the commissioners. Okay, I'll ask Ledge Council to ensure that the TV is on downstairs, if it's not. Okay, Ms. Saunier, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christine Saunier. I'm the Nova Scotia Director of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. And I'm here today, frankly, because we owe it to our youth to ensure that they have a future. I sat outside and joined the youth as they had a silent protest this last Friday. They're calling for bold, ambitious action to address the climate crisis. It should be, however, fresh in our minds that the September protest was the largest in our history. As government, you owe it to them to do everything in your power to take such action. Bold, ambitious action. And unfortunately, what has been tabled does not go far enough. First, with regards to emission targets, so 7C, the new provincial target of 11.2 or 53% below 2005 levels by 2030 needs to go further. The target must be 9.8 million or 58% below 2005 levels by 2030. As a signatory to the 2030 declaration and a member of that network, this is equivalent to our call for a legislated GHG reduction target of 50% below 1990. This target represents the minimum emission reductions required by Canadian jurisdictions in order for us to do our fair share of keeping global temperature rise to below 1.5. The government has already missed opportunities to reduce emissions more quickly with, for example, their weak cap-and-trade system, which by its own accounting will only reduce emissions by a total of 0.65 megatons by 2022, or roughly 0.16 megatons per year. Certainly, a stronger carbon pricing could do more. Here's why it's important and that we need to do more. So we often hear that Nova Scotia's greenhouse gas emissions per capita is below the national average. But let's remember, Canada has one of the highest emissions per capita in the world. Nova Scotia is above...
Order, please. Again, I apologize, but these are the rules of the House, and I'm bound as chair to enforce them, so I'd ask you to delete that photograph. I'm sure the accredited media will give us all the images we need. Thank you very much. Ms. Saunier.
Nova Scotia is, however, above the national average when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions intensity. That's the megatons of CO2 emitted per million of GDP. Carbon pricing is, in fact, only one mechanism to reduce emissions. It is one that, however, has sidetracked discussion on why we need to focus not only on how we reduce our demand for fossil fuels, but how we restrict the supply. That means a plan to phase out fossil fuel production, whether it's used domestically or exported. My second point is that I am pleased to see that this legislation in Section 4 lays out the principles of sustainability and in fact recognizes that we have a climate emergency. I note the terms circular economy and inclusive economy. I caution, however, again, that this does not go far enough. The term justice appears nowhere, and to do this right, we need a justice-based transition. There is a recognition that this is not a one-departmental initiative, but an approach that needs to cross government, one that uses a sustainability lens for all government decisions, as it says in Section 11. However, merely including that in a department's mandate is too weak of a commitment. How will it be reported? This must be public and not just to the minister responsible. Through what cross-governmental mechanism will this actually have an impact and be measured? Will the 2020 budget use the lens? What is required to address this climate crisis is a fundamental reframing of what we measure and how and who is involved. My organization, the CCPA, has demonstrated this framework for government budgets. If you use the lens of social and economic justice as well as environmental sustainability, we show you how your budget can prioritize these issues and how we can attain those goals. In fact, earlier this year, we wrote the framework for a Nova Scotia Green New Deal. If we, and we must, prioritize climate justice, then we must, for example, have goals and targets that explicitly state that while we move towards sustainable consumption and production, we must also seek to end poverty and improve well-being by ensuring better health and housing and seeking to reduce inequality. The one target and the other must come together. We must, in fact, prioritize what is called a just transition. That includes supports for workers in those sectors where we need income support, where we need skills retraining, and where we need infrastructure investment in affected communities as they undergo the transition to a cleaner economy. We have lots of lessons we can learn from Cape Breton on this front. A climate justice approach goes further. It goes to ensuring that the underlying social and economic inequities are addressed. Without an explicit focus for this transition, it will risk making these inequities worse. Let's instead take the opportunity to ensure that all those who face costs and risks from the climate crisis and the policies to address it actually share in the benefits of the transition. My third point is, in terms of the Act, I see that there is a proposal to establish a Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. That's section 9.1. I do commend this, but with a caveat that there needs to be support directed to those communities who have been disproportionately impacted by the effects of the climate crisis. We need to ensure that when we decide who gets the funding, that we decrease the barriers they have to participating. We need to ensure Indigenous-led initiatives, African Nova Scotian-led initiatives. We need to recognize the effect they have impacted them in terms of environmental racism and high poverty rates. Fourth, I do want to commend again the government for requiring public consultation. That's section 14.1. But these consultations, as you have heard, must be meaningful. They must be participatory. They can't be flip chart, sticky note, one-off community meetings where the same people attend and the same interests dominate. Indigenous people and reconciliation, in fact, must be at the center of this, at the center of the development of your climate action plans. It must require going far beyond consultation to the respect for Indigenous rights and treaties and leadership. Our youth deserve a say that accommodates them, goes to them and their spaces. All those who are disproportionately negatively impacted with a climate justice lens means they are prioritized. At the end of the day, I'm really talking about something broader. I'm talking about governance and accountability, and it needs to be strengthened. There is a lot of cynicism out there about governments not keeping their promises. Much of it is very well founded in evidence, unfortunately. Our electoral system makes it seem as if a government has the support of all the people, when in reality, it can have far less than even half the voters supporting it. But it can make decisions unilaterally. While I do not expect, and I know this is not part of the legislation, for you to prioritize electoral reform, I would recommend it. I do recommend, however, that you consider placing more of the stipulations that are to be in regulations in keeping it into the legislation.
2 minutes.
We want to ensure that at least all of our elected representatives, those representing the people, have a say. Section 14.2 that states all the areas for which regulations may be made is very broad and should be narrowed and kept in the legislation. Indeed, my substantive regulation is that instead of that section, which states the minister is responsible for the general supervision and management of this act and the regulations, that instead there be a provision set up for an independent climate accountability body, one that does the audits, reports on targets and timelines. It would be arm's length from government and report directly to the entire Legislative Assembly. The roundtable, in my opinion, doesn't measure up. It certainly doesn't have the authority. Strengthening governance and accountability requires the public to have more open access to information and decision-making processes. The root causes of the climate crisis are those that are also undermining our democracy. I see an opportunity here to strengthen our democracy while taking bold and ambitious science-based action to address the climate crisis. We owe it to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saulnier. Ms. Martin, you have a question.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Christine, for that, for the information in the presentation. You referenced Cape Breton. I wonder if you could give me some more details. I'm sure I know what you're talking about, but for the benefit of the committee.
Ms. Saulnier.
Thank you. So I said there's lots of lessons we can learn from Cape Breton, of course. As we are talking about, the only report really that has looked at just transition has been around coal. We have a lot to learn from Cape Breton, both in, I think, the negative ways that we addressed what was a transition out of an industry, and perhaps some positive lessons as well. I mean, I think mostly what we're looking at from Cape Breton is ways to ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, and we ensure that in fact the kinds of supports that we put in place are in the get-go more participatory, so we know what's needed and that they are longer term and more sustainable. I think you probably have more to say about that than I do.
As follow-up, yes, Ms. Martin.
So thank you for that, but specifically I'm thinking about the tar ponds.
Ms. Saulnier, did you want to comment? No? Okay. Any further questions? Ms. Chender.
You touched on something which a number of presenters have raised, and which is a core concern of ours, which is around the amount that's left to regulation in this bill. Could you speak more specifically to what you would like to see in the bill itself? I mean, many people have spoken about Section 7 and strengthening that target, but given the bill as it stands, you know, what would you like to see not in regulations but enumerated in this piece of legislation?
Ms. Saulnier.
Thank you. I mean, I think my overall comment is really that there is a lack of accountability in this, and whether it's looking at how much is being taken out of the legislative framework and put into regulations, which means that the entire assembly doesn't have a say in a lot of what's going to be going on in terms of what then is the devil in the details in terms of regulation. We need to ensure that we narrow what that looks like so that more representatives have a say. In essence. And then the other piece is, at the end of the day, who is accountable for what? And so I think, you know, the discussion of the roundtable isn't sufficient. If we are indeed taking out as much as it seems out of the legislation and putting it into regulation, then we need to strengthen some other accountability mechanism to ensure that government stays on targets and timelines. You know, I think we need to make sure that that is a very timely reporting to the House, but that it is independent. If we can't do both, and probably we should do both, that is, ensure that we have more say in what goes into the regulation, that they are narrower, and that we have a strengthened accountability mechanism.
Great. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Saulnier. Mr. Jeff Boutelier, I guess. Welcome, Mr. Boutelier. The floor
Hello,
is
yes. yours. I should say Boutelier. Just very briefly, my name is Jeff Boutelier, and I am representing the St. Margaret's Bay Stewardship Association, which represents the people of St. Margaret's Bay and is involved with quality of life issues on the Bay. From city planning, taxation, environmental issues, and other. When we were called upon to speak to this issue, it was very short notice, as you know, and actually when I went online, I found file not found when I wanted to review the bill itself. I did finally find it. It is there, but it was difficult to find, and the time to prepare was very brief. It was a bit galling for us because we have been supporters of EGSPA, were supporters of EGSPA from the very beginning, and great admirers of both Mark Parent, who was then the minister, and Bill Leahy. And as you know, it was all three parties supported EGSPA, and so it went forward with that unanimity. And I would hope that this bill could go forward with the same sort of support, broad-based support, but it seems unlikely because the bill itself is very general. The natural resource strategy, which came from EGSPA, ended up being a roadmap for all of us and was called for in EGSPA. Where is the equivalent now that we're entering into the new sort of Greta age? And where is that? How do we find, where is the equivalent roadmap? And I was hoping when I sat down to read this that that's what I would discover. So in the face of climate change and all the things that Ms. Saunier quoted, and the bill is silent on those sort of hard goals. So one thing that stood out for me, I was very involved in protection of wetlands at the time in the early days of EGSPA, and now this is silent on wetlands, I think, unless it just escaped my notice. And I am worried about the same things that Ms. Saunier was mentioning. Transparency and accountability are not there. It doesn't seem to be there. And so in dealing as with wetlands in EGSPA, there's a number of issues that are very, very important to us now, particularly to the Stewardship Association, which are not included in the bill. Notably forestry, which isn't there. The ability of the forests to sequester carbon and capitalizing on that. These are things which we should be targeting for the next period that is leading forward. EGSPA will die. There is nothing to replace it. How will we have a roadmap? Offshore petroleum is an issue that is really on the agenda of the Stewardship Association. You have 300 municipalities on the east coast of the United States calling for an inquiry and calling for changes in how the offshore is regulated in the United States. And there are now 12 municipalities in Nova Scotia that are calling for the same sort of thing, and yet this bill is silent on offshore petroleum and the regulation of offshore petroleum. Will we continue to have a CNSOPB, which is basically representing the oil industry itself, or will we be looking at changing the way that we govern and those things and regulate those things that are so important to us? And the list, there are many things which could be mentioned, some of which I'm sure all of which you'll probably hear from your various interveners. The word sustainable itself is overused, and I think people see it sort of in bylines in commercials now. And I would hate to see a principle, philosophy like Netukulim suffer the same fate. And that it's got to be more than a soft soap dodge, so we can continue doing things as they have always been in Nova Scotia. This bill is an opportunity to do things differently, and I wanted to take this opportunity to encourage you to do that. We need guts. Greta has thrown down the gauntlet, and the bill is not enough. It's a step back from the brave work of Parent and Leahy and the other parties at the time, and in parting, we must take a hard look at the powers and responsibilities of the Roundtable called for in the Environment Act. It's the kernel of a great idea which has never been realized for its potential, and it's currently heavily weighted towards industry, we find, and its members appointed by the minister, and other than the annual EGSPA review, the Roundtable seems to be, from the outside, I've never served on the Roundtable, it seems toothless and shouldn't be. So there's an opportunity there to do something more. So that's the conclusion of my comments.
Mr. Lohr.
Well, thank you for those comments, Jeff. So would it be correct to say that the St. Margaret's Bay Association doesn't support the bill as is written, but would like to see it more in the terms of the original EGSPA Act?
Mr. Laboutier.
Yes, I'd say that's true. It's missing opportunities.
Mr. Lohr, follow-up?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mike Lancaster. Mr. Lancaster.
Ready? Hi, Hugh. I have the unenviable task of presenting after two excellent presentations, and I hope that I'm not judged by how good they just were. So I am representing the Healthy Forest Coalition, a provincial movement and organization. I've met with several of you in the past, and we've talked about forestry issues and how we look at them and the long-term vision that we have for forest ecology and forest industry. A lot of what we saw in EXPA we wish was a little bit greater reflected in this proposed act. I think the removal of a lot of the hard targets for environmental conservation would be some of our biggest concerns, and the fact that there's not an increase in onus on protection committing to 17%, which is the national target. We believe that that should be enshrined in the act to uphold our end of the bargain. On a national scale, Nova Scotia is currently just crossed over the 13% threshold, as I'm sure you know, or sorry, just under that threshold. So it kind of seems like it's our responsibility as good neighbors to uphold that end of the bargain and not just expect the rest of the country to bring that up. I think it's something that is a bit of a misconception that groups like ours are, quote, anti-forestry, and you see the movement that's happening across the province. Nova Scotia needs forestry, and I think where the misconception lies is that we have never been advocating for no forestry. I think that a healthy forest is a healthy forest industry, and I don't know who's asking whether or not Nova Scotia needs forestry. I think somebody asking that question might be an unreasonable person and doesn't really know rural economies. So I think it's vitally important that we get our forest ecology issues right in order to support a healthy forest industry. And it's a long-term goal that's quite a hard pill to swallow for any government, knowing that these decisions are made off decades and centuries, not periods of 4 years. So I don't envy the challenge that you guys have in making legislation that will deal with those types of problems, but it's something that we can't keep passing the buck on now, and it's only through investing in a healthy forest ecology that we'll be able to get to a sustainable and healthy forest industry that's not kind of dependent on the lower grade harvests that we're kind of forest industry is integrated into now. So the more that we invest in the longer term planning for that type of outcome, the better off the future generations will be, and the more closely we'll be adhering to that concept of Natukalimk and living 7 generations from now. Forestry can't happen on a scale of decades, it needs to happen on a scale of centuries in order to meet those outcomes. In general, the Healthy Forest Coalition agrees with the 12 goals that were stated by the Ecology Action Centre. I was kind of waiting downstairs and couldn't hear if they had an opportunity to present those, so I'll bring those forward in my submission, but I won't repeat them here. I think the big one that I'm most concerned about, as I said, was the 17%, and the other issue is that I'm most supportive of is the full implementation of the Leahy Review, so the otherwise known as the Independent Review of Forestry Practices. It's something that I hope, even just as a public person in Nova Scotia, I hope that we don't have to be looking 10 years down the road and looking at another multi-million-dollar review to give us the same recommendations that we had in the Natural Resources Strategy and then again in the Leahy Review. I think it's not kind of a conservative way to manage the public funds to have to spend this much money to tell us things that we should already know. So seeing the Leahy Review completely enshrined into some kind of act, I think would be beneficial. I don't know if this is the act to do it, but to kind of stop waffling on a lot of these issues that we're being forced to. There's a lot of improvements that are happening currently and a lot of initiatives that are currently in place, but it all seems a little slow, and it all seems like progress is kind of trudging along when we're trying to reinvent the wheel rather than just moving forward with versions that have already been documented to work both in private industry and places like Maine. They've got a little bit more established history of what I would call sustainable forestry. So I think it's something that the greater level of enshrinement of forestry industry and forest ecology that's put into the act, the better. It's, as I say, an unenviable task to kind of know exactly how that moves forward, but the Healthy Forest Coalition has a lot of experts that can speak to those better than I can, that would be very willing to participate in any kind of roundtable discussion on how to make sure that that gets implemented into the act moving forward. I think for the most part, conceptually, that's what I wanted to bring forward, just to make sure that there's a bit more of a hard target set for a lot of these, and that the environment still remains at the forefront of consideration for this act. I think the removal of its name is kind of an odd thing to do. I think that we need to ensure that sustainable prosperity, I don't see how that cannot be tied directly into environmental and ecological values, that the less that we view environment and ecology as something that is exterior, and we need to steward in the more that we view it as something that is a component of us, and that if we don't have healthy environment, healthy ecology, then we don't have healthy humans. So it's not a separate issue to me. They're all tied in together, and as previous presenters said, sustainability can be kind of a term that's up to interpretation. So I think those terms need to be defined and set with hard targets, hard timelines, and the ability to reach them. I guess that's about it.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Lancaster. Questions, Ms. Chender?
Thank you for the presentation and also for that distinction around healthy forests and healthy forestry versus no forestry. And also for the reminder of the Leahy report. This isn't sort of the first report in the last few years that was great, actually, and involved a lot of experts and was commissioned by the government. And so I think the idea that moves in a meaningful way into our legislation is a great suggestion. Both you and Mr. Le Boutelier, who spoke before you, mentioned the sort of absence of forestry specifically in the Act. Aside from the EAC recommendations, which we do have as part of their submission, is there a specific way that you would see that incorporated?
Mr. Lancaster.
I always have a challenge with breaking down. I have a forestry background. I have a challenge with kind of making the technicalese a little more just broadly.
Ms. Chender.
Even just in spirit, without asking you to draft an amendment, just sort of generally.
Mr. Lancaster.
In general, just kind of as a broad concept, a move towards ecologically based practices. The Department of Lands and Forestry stated that they were doing previously doing that, but in some of the processes to revamp, for example, the forest management guides, there was an admission that that's what we need to move towards, while still saying that's what we've been doing. So, as I say, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of people out there, experts that were on the Leahy review, that know and have tried and tested these initiatives. So there's a lot of easy ways that we just don't need to reinvent our own version of how we can do this, but just take other successful examples and implement them right into practice. I think that there's too much of a focus on the Leahy review, or sorry, not the outcomes of the Leahy review on retention, which don't necessarily meet ecological or biodiversity outcomes. It's just kind of more volume is being left. That doesn't mean that we're meeting conservation goals. So there's a lot of technical nuances that need to be worked out. It's not kind of a broader statement, but in the broadest and simplest way, less clear cutting.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Before we proceed, I'd like to take just a 5-minute break. We're just a little bit ahead of schedule, so I think we can afford to take a break, and I'd like to discuss a couple things with committee members. So a 5-minute break. Thank you. Order, please. I'd like to reconvene our meeting here. Thank you for your, everyone's patience. Just for the information of those watching and those in the gallery, what we've been working on is a solution to the names of people that were not able to get on the list that we have before us that takes us to about 5 p.m. With the House sitting at 6. So I've consulted with my colleagues and with our House leaders at the House, and so what we are going to do is continue this meeting and run it into the evening concurrently with the House. And so I've asked Ledge Council to reach out to the 43 folks that had contacted us before noon today, wanting to present at the committee. And we are hopeful that we can do about at least 6 an hour that will get us through everyone before 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. So I think I have support, unanimous support of the committee to ask Ledge Council to contact those folks that have contacted us, giving them up to 10 minutes, maybe a 5 and 5, but up to 10 minutes to present, and then we can hear from everyone that wishes to present at this committee. So unanimous consent of this committee to extend hours into the evening until we are through those 43 names. We're also asking folks to come early because we can pick up time. And I was just talking to a gentleman here who really just wants to come and put his 2 cents worth in 2 minutes. And so if we can have folks arrive early, we can keep things flowing and hear from everyone. So with that, let's continue on with Ms. Cure. Is Ms. Cure in the room? Great. Welcome, Ms. Cure. You have up to 10 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. For the past year, I have made it my full-time job to educate myself about the climate crisis and the ways that our society and economic system is driving us towards species extinction and biodiversity collapse. Thank you for hearing my voice today regarding Bill 213 and provincial government action on the global climate crisis. It is good that you have declared a climate emergency. Now I ask that you respectfully act like we are in a climate emergency. The world has known that we are in an emergency of catastrophic nature for over a year now, and climate scientists have known we are heading here for 30 years. There is no time to waste. Therefore, I am imploring you to legislate stronger targets for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Norway has committed to a 2030 target for net zero carbon emissions. And this is in line with the urgency of the global situation. Bill 213 targets for net zero by 2050, which is in line with the IPCC report. However, it is important to note that the IPCC report is a conservative paper based on consensus. That means there is no margin for error, no safety net. It is prudent when dealing with a life or death situation to use the precautionary principle and err on the side of safety. There have been many instances where provincial government has missed its own deadlines and target dates in the past. For instance, this very bill, originally named EGSPA, Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act from 2007, was due for review and redefinition in 2017. By the time Bill 213 is implemented, it will be 2 to 3 years overdue. This should signal to policymakers that we cannot afford to have a target so far off because we must do more to protect humanity. We need a safety net in case we miss the goal. Other examples of provincial government missing deadlines and targets. Provincial government had committed to reducing forest clear-cutting to 50% to 50% of all cutting in 2010. However, 9 years later, approximately 90% of all cutting are still clear cuts. Provincial government had released a protected areas plan, but 4 years later, implementing the plan is still behind schedule. Provincial government had committed to stop cutting old growth forest on Crown land, but that still happens. Please note that the tipping points of the climate crisis are continually happening faster than scientists predict. That is because of the albedo effect, which is like a domino effect that creates a feedback loop and makes the crisis speed up. Again, that means we need a safety net in our targets. So you can see, we need to set stronger targets for net zero carbon emissions so that we can get the job done correctly on time. Otherwise, we are risking our lives. Please commit to net zero carbon emissions by 2030. Follow the lead of Norway. While it is very important for this bill to include proper and fair consultation with Indigenous peoples and citizens, please be sure that consultation does not cause delays on the most important, most obvious remedies to the crisis. For example, these steps should be taken immediately. Stop all fossil fuel developments, including Alton gas, offshore oil and gas, and stop burning coal as soon as possible. Stop clear-cutting forests. Remove biomass for electricity from the renewable energies list, because biomass for electricity has been proven to be dirtier than coal. Zero new gold mines in Nova Scotia. We need to protect our water. No open pen fish farms. We need meaningful protection of our coastal and marine waters for the purpose of guaranteeing healthy marine ecosystems that will in turn ensure a healthy climate. We know that the ocean is a climate regulator. Preserve carbon sequestration by committing to stronger protected areas targets and rewilding and forest and ocean conservation and protection. Protect biodiversity through conservation and restoration. Monocultures are not resistant to disease. Stop spraying glyphosate. It has been proven carcinogenic and does not protect biodiversity. Localize our food systems to create food security and end large-scale agriculture. These are just a few examples, but these are all safe and important measures to take as soon as possible. We must transition to real renewable energy as soon as possible, such as wind and solar, and it must be a socially just transition without environmental racism. Please note that the Muskrat Falls mega hydro project has flooded Indigenous lands with mercury. This is not a just transition. The International Energy Agency has recently released a report that says that offshore wind farms can provide more electricity than the world needs. Nova Scotia is a windy place. Please insert wording into Bill 213 to ensure that annual reports assess the adequacy of goals in the bill, so that we can remain current and evidence-based as the years go on, since we know that the climate change has a tendency to happen faster than we expect. Finally, I ask you to return the words environmental goals to the Act. We must base the next 5 years on preserving and restoring the environment so we can do our fair share to protect humanity. The economy will grow by making a green transition if done correctly, but we must put the safety of humanity at the top of the list. Nova Scotia often proclaims to be leading the way on climate change. It's not hard because the bar has been set very, very low. You are capable of more. Citizens want more. Please lead the way with pride, knowing you are setting real targets that will actually make a difference to save humanity. Bill 213, as it currently stands, will not do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kerr. Questions from the committee? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in.
Is there a way for me to submit this in writing so that it will go on record?
Yes,
okay.
Please. If you just give it to a page, we can get copies made and circulated to the committee members.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ms. Lisa Strickland-Clark. Is Ms. Strickland-Clark? There she is. Welcome, Ms. Strickland-Clark. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a psychologist, and today I rescheduled clients at short notice to be here today and driven 2 hours. Like many people, we've made a real effort to get here. I'd like to add my voice to those of people saying that this bill does not have stringent enough targets and it needs to move more quickly through the legislative process. I will not go into the details of the bill, as I believe others will do that, but I'd like to focus on some basic principles. Before I do that, I'd like to remind people of what we're facing here. This is an excerpt from a recently published report by the US Army College called Implications of Climate Change for the US Military. Sea level rise, changes in water and food security, and more frequent extreme weather events are likely to result in the migration of large segments of the population. Rising seas will displace tens, if not hundreds of millions of people, creating massive, enduring instability. This migration will be most pronounced in those regions where climate vulnerability is exacerbated by weak institutions and governance and underdeveloped civil society. Recent history has shown that mass human migrations can result in increased propensity for conflict and turmoil as new populations intermingle and compete against established populations. More frequent extreme weather events will also increase demand for military humanitarian assistance. So the prospect is dire. So I want to focus on 4 key areas. Firstly, the precautionary principle. So the principle implies that there is a social responsibility to protect the public from exposure to harm. When scientific investigation has found plausible risk, these protections can be relaxed only if further scientific findings emerge that provide sound evidence that no harm will result. The principle has central components, taking preventative action in the face of uncertainty, shifting the burden of proof to the proponents of an activity, and exploring a wide range of alternatives to possibly harmful actions, and increasing public participation in decision-making. So the precautionary principle is relevant here. Secondly, the conservative nature of the IPCC report, and this has been mentioned just now. So Bill 213 draws upon the IPCC report as a guide. That report is now 1 year old, and it's becoming clear that the targets outlined in that report are overly conservative, and that swifter, more far-reaching change is needed. A recently published book by climate scientists Dale Jameson, Michael Oppenheimer, and Naomi Oreskes addressed this. It's called The Practices of Scientific Assessment for Environmental Policy. And it stated that while climate skeptics and deniers often accuse scientists of exaggerating the threats associated with the climate crisis, the available evidence suggests the opposite. By and large, scientists have either been right in their assessments or have been unduly conservative. When new observations have provided more or better data, the findings for ice extent, sea level rise, and ocean temperature have generally been worse than previously thought. Scientists actively seek to find their common ground and to focus on those areas of agreement. In some cases, there are irreconcilable differences of opinion. Scientists may say nothing, giving the erroneous impression that nothing is known. How does the pressure for unequivocality lead to underestimation? Consider a case in which most scientists think that the correct answer to a question is in the range of 1 to 10, but some to believe that it could be as high as 100. Everyone will agree that it's at least 1 to 10, but not everyone will agree that it could be as high as 100. So therefore, the area of agreement is 1 to 10, and this will be reported as the consensus view. Wherever there's a range of possible outcomes, that includes a long, high-end tail of probability, the area of overlap will lie at or near the low end. For political leaders and business people, we think that it's important for you to know that it's extremely unlikely that scientists are exaggerating the threat of the climate crisis. It's far more likely that things are worse than scientists have said. We have already seen that the impacts of increased greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are unfolding more rapidly than scientists predicted. There is a high likelihood that they will continue to do so, and that the IPCC estimates that emissions must be rapidly reduced, if not entirely eliminated, by 2050 may well be optimistic. The fact that this conclusion is hard to swallow does not make it untrue. So thirdly, I just want to talk about the law of physics. How close to the precipice do we want to go? How much of a gamble do we want to take? What we are dealing with here is not subject to opinion or good intentions. It's not an optional add-on that we can take or leave. We are dealing with the law of physics. If I leave an ice cube on the countertop and go out for an hour, when I get back, it will have melted. It doesn't matter how much I've been hoping it won't melt, or how convincing I was when I spoke about it to interested parties while I was out. The ice has melted. The ice on our planet is melting at an unprecedented speed, and drafting a well-intentioned bill that we hope will do the job is not going to change things. This is an emergency, and it needs to be treated as such from today onwards. So what are the characteristics of an emergency? When we're in an emergency, we're focused on solving the crisis, one top priority. Huge allocation of resources towards the solution, a laser-like focus. And our source of self-esteem doesn't come from our individual accomplishment, it comes from contributing to the solution. In an emergency, speed of response is crucial. This bill gives a deadline of December 2020 for the creation of a strategic plan. What kind of an emergency can wait for a year to be implemented? Another important issue is how do we begin to lead the public into emergency mode? We've talked about consultation, but more characteristics of an emergency involve society engages productively with crises, but not in a panic mode. The situation is assessed with brutal honesty. Immediate or looming threat to life, health, property, or environment is perceived. There is high probability of escalation beyond control if immediate action is not taken.
2 minutes.
Speed of response is crucial. The crisis is of the highest priority. Emergency project teams are developed and labour planning is instituted. All available necessary resources are devoted to the emergency, and if necessary, governments borrow heavily. Non-essential functions and consumption may be curtailed or rationed. Rapid transition and scaling up occurs. Planning, fostering, innovation and research take place. Critical targets and goals are not compromised, and failure is not an option. Bipartisanship and effective leadership are the norm. So this bill needs to contain the most stringent targets possible. We've talked about zero emissions by 2030, but if possible, earlier. It needs to shorten the deadlines for action and the Premier needs to be involved on a daily basis, not once a year. It needs to be our #1 priority and placed at the centre of lives of Nova Scotians, and to be treated as the emergency which it is. Citizens' assemblies and consultations should be formed to oversee this process, as it cannot be left to one party to implement, and we cannot afford to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Strickland-Clark. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for coming in. Thank you for taking time out of work to offer your thoughts on this. Thank you. Please do. If you could leave us a copy, we'll get it circulated to members of the committee. Next up, I understand that Margaret Aldridge is not able to be here, but she's off. She's just off. Oh, I'm sorry. She's offered her spot up to Darlene Bernard. Is Darlene in the room? Darlene Bernard?
Darlene is in Supreme Court for... It's not Bernard either. It's Gilbert. Oh, yeah.
Is there a Darlene? If we want to let Darlene settle in, I could go to Kevin Smith if he is here. Do I have a Kevin Smith? Let's go to Kevin and we'll allow Darlene to settle in. Welcome, Mr. Smith. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. So I'm going to start with graphs. It's easy to look at graphs of rising CO2 in the atmosphere in a disconnected way, but rising lines on a graph are much more than just that. They are much more than just bad omens. Rising CO2 is hundreds of millions of species lost, hundreds of millions of homes destroyed, hundreds of millions of lives destroyed by drought, floods, fire, and famine. Hundreds of millions of climate refugees, all for the sake of our own exponential growth and greed. This is genocide, and it has been going on for centuries. This bill will only help ensure that it continues unabated. Any delay to reach net zero is nothing more than white privilege. One step removed from saying our dependence on fossil fuels is more important than hundreds of millions of lives in the global south. It is the poorest countries and people who are least to blame for the catastrophe, who have and will continue to suffer the hardest if drastic action is not taken immediately. Our economic activity since slavery has set the stage for the exposure to this crisis in the global south. You have the privilege to speak about net zero by 2050, while Guatemalan farmers whose ancestors were the first cultivators of corn must now death march through deserts to concentration camps in the United States because corn won't grow in their homes anymore. We have a moral duty and an obligation to atone for the sins of our predecessors by acting now and reducing our own carbon footprint to zero as fast as possible. Not in 30 years. We don't have 30 years. The ICC report claims we have around 10 years left to reduce emissions. Unfortunately, this report does not factor in the amount of greenhouse gases released from our melting Arctic. Things are happening at a much faster rate than these conservative reports claimed. Permafrost was thought to have decades left before it began to melt. Well, guess what? It's melting at a phenomenal rate, releasing catastrophic amounts of CO2 into our atmosphere. There is zero chance that we will have permanent ice year-round in the Arctic by 2022. There is no recovering from losing 75 to 80% of the permanent Arctic ice. We don't have 30 years. We have 5 years before there is no recovering from climate change. After we break this threshold, we will be looking at a future where there is almost no temperature difference between the equator and the poles. Oceans will be 10 degrees warmer than they are now. Storm systems will be terribly violent and extreme. While you talk about net zero by 2050, communities in the north are already facing climate devastation. Nunavut communities are part of a complex social and environmental system. Climate change in Nunavut cannot be addressed without considering other factors. Communities' abilities to cope and adapt to climate change will be limited by factors such as housing, poverty, food security, language, modernization, and the erosion of traditional land-based. Oh, I lost my spot. Sorry. Direct language, the erosion of traditional land-based skills. All of these factors have direct impacts on the maintenance of an Inuit culture identity and the well-being of all those who live in the territory. Just this month, the residents of an Alaskan village in Newtuk began moving their whole village due to climate change. They have become some of North America's first climate transplants. While you talk of net zero 2050, the Yupik village in Alaska of just under 400 people is fleeing from the thawing permafrost, erosion, and increased flooding. Land around their homes has crumbled and sank. The community landfill has been washed away and scattered. As the sea ice dwindles, there's nothing left to protect the shores from storm surges that are rushing up rivers, gnawing away at banks, and splashing into their communities. If we do not use the little time we have left to act aggressively on this crisis now, we will not be able to act later because of the nature of the exponential change. The next hurricane that hits us won't be a little bit worse than Dorian. It will be twice as severe. The hurricane after that will be twice as bad again. How many iterations of this scenario can your adaptations survive? The more time that is wasted to build green infrastructures, the more severe weather they will have to be built in and sustain. Saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, and advancing economic growth are one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy shortages, global health, food security, and the empowerment of marginalized groups. This bill does none of that. Solutions to one problem must be solutions for all. In 1848, Nova Scotia led the Canadian colonies in becoming the first responsible government. In 2019, Nova Scotia again has the chance to lead the rest of Canada in implementing a truly responsible climate plan. Not one that will seal our fate while keeping face with oil company lobbyists. Nowhere in this bill is there room for participatory democracy. Nowhere in this bill does it allow those sitting behind me to make decisions on our future. The coal industry came and went in this province. The cod industry went. Soon this province will lose its second largest industry to climate change, the lobster fishery. As the oceans warm, lobsters migrate to colder waters. Once 2 degrees warming is reached, once 2 degrees warming is reached, which we will no doubt hit, shellfish will no longer be able to make their shells anymore because of the high acidity levels in the waters. Nova Scotia has the opportunity to lead the rest of Canada to a net zero carbon footprint by a date that could actually ensure a livable future for our children. Nova Scotia can be the first province in Canada to ensure a just transition that doesn't just include the worst impacted, but is led by them, while providing a home for the millions who have and will be displaced by our own consumption. This can be done. We have the technology, the knowledge, and the humanity on our own doorsteps. This bill does none of that. With this bill, I only see how our government continues to willfully neglect its responsibilities to protect its citizens from harm, while facilitating a system based on injustice, exploitation, and its most valuable peoples, lands, and waters. I see a government that has failed to secure the most essential duties of its stewardship and ensure a future for all generations to come. I see a government that has willfully broken the social contract to the citizens of this province and this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Smith, and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. We're still a little bit confused. Is it a Doreen Bernard that has arrived to join us? Sorry, Darlene? Darlene Gilbert?
I was given this Darlene Bernard.
Darlene, are you replacing Margot Aldrich? Yes? Okay. Please have a seat. Thank you. We have 10 minutes for presentation. I'll give you a...
Oh, I won't take that long,
All right.
But I am very direct.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Now understand this bill. Number one, we are on unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Let's remember that. First off, this is a constitutional thing too. Okay, because you are not ceding our territories. I will not allow that. You will not be able to poison our waters. That's not right. You guys say that you're going to environmentalists and that your laws are above ours. But we've been here for 13,000 years, okay? And we've been able to maintain this land. And it says in a lot of our teachings that you will have to come back to us to learn how to really take care of this land. And we're still waiting for that, okay? Now, you're going to say that you're going to do all this emissions and stuff and all this environmental stuff in so many years, but yet you continue to legally give permits to Alton Gas on a 50-year project. 50 years in this province, you're going to allow this company, this corporation, to come into our province? But yet you tell me that you're not going to poison our fish by brining them with tons and thousands of salt. Take a cup of water, pour the salt into it, pour the water into it. You drink it, Margaret Miller. You drink that water that you're going to feed our fish that my ancestors fed off of. And still, to this day, my people take that fish. Not just mine, yours. Your people. I see them walk their horses on that river. Do you think the horses are going to be safe enough to be on that river? What about the Tommy cod? Y'all say there is none. There's Tommy cod in there. Y'all say that you're not going to be poisoning these fish. You are. So you tell me where you're going to be environmentalist, because I don't see it. I see you allowing a corporation to bully their way through without proper consultation to our people. So what makes you think that I'm going to believe that this bill is going to be truthful? Because you're not being truthful so far in anything that you're doing. So that's my question to y'all. As a Mi'kmaq, as a sovereign Mi'kmaq, I'm asking you, how truthful can you be to our people about saving Mother Earth? Because we come from the water. We're all born from the water. You know, we carry water. We need this water to live. And it doesn't have to be clear water to make it clean water. The Shubenacadie River is brown, but it's good water. It has an ecosystem in it. And all you want to do is destroy it for $1. $1. Wow. We need to learn to conserve instead of consume so much. This may help us in this bill. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Next up, we have Julia Sampson. Is Ms. Sampson here? Welcome, Ms. Sampson. The floor is yours for 10 minutes.
So before I start speaking, I would like to mention a few things. The first one being that this event is going on during school hours, which means that many youth who wanted to be here could not because they could not miss class. The second being that there is an Indigenous student here named Kyra Gilbert. She came here today to speak, but was turned away because she doesn't own a photo ID. She's now here, but she should not have been turned away in the first place. I also want you to take the time after today to go to www.climatestrikecanada.ca and look at the demands. This is what youth in Canada are demanding, and you need to take that into consideration. Hello, my name is Julia Sampson, and I'm 17 years old. I am here today because you are deciding my future. You are deciding whether or not you will fight for my ability to live, to grow old, and to have children. And right now, your plan isn't good enough. Net zero by 2050 is too late. That's 20 years past irreversible climate catastrophe. These decisions you make today have a huge impact on youth. This is the planet we have inherited because of your ignorance in the past. It's not a good one. You can change that now. You can work towards a just transition for us youth, but right now you aren't, and that causes a lot of anxiety. Climate anxiety is a huge issue for youth nowadays. We were born into this crisis. The safe amount of carbon in the atmosphere is 350 parts per million. In the year I was born, 2002, there were 373.28 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. This month, we hit 408.997 parts per million. This is the biggest issue of our generation, and it seems like it's completely out of control. Part of the reason it feels so uncontrollable is because we as youth don't know enough about it. Have you seen the science textbooks we have? The information in them is so outdated that in junior high, my textbooks didn't even have none of it as a province. The years I had a unit on weather and climate, all of my teachers taught me about the difference between weather and climate. But there was nothing about our warming climate and how that will cause an increasing amount of extreme weather events leading to mass migration, millions of deaths, wars, and essentially extinction. And no, I'm not being dramatic. I'm quoting the science and the professionals who you aren't listening to. I'm 17 years old. I should not have to worry about this. I should know that I have a future. But right now, the track that we're on and the plan that you have ensures that I don't. You have the power to change this right now with this bill. My mom is a grade 1 teacher, and since my activism started, she's been trying to talk to her kids about the climate crisis in a way that's good for them. One of her students brought in a book a few weeks ago that highlights a lot of the different issues of the climate crisis. They've been reading a portion of it every day. But one day they didn't. That day, this 6-year-old kid came up to my mom in a state of panic, telling her he was worried he wouldn't be able to save all the animals because they didn't read the book that day. This was a child who doesn't even know how the climate crisis will affect him personally, but he already has a form of climate anxiety because of the lack of climate education and government action. We need to be learning about this. Right now, the only criteria for Nova Scotia is to learn that climate is a thing. There's nothing in the curriculum about how it's warming. There's nothing in the curriculum about how we're causing it, nothing about how 97% of scientists agree, nothing about how all of this is bad, and nothing about how we can fix it. The solutions exist. We have them. It's time to stop talking about this and start acting. Because I know this will take a lot of work, and I know it will take a while. And that's why we need to be taking aggressive climate action now, so we can do it in a way that is a just transition for everyone, and in a way that ensures we get it done in time. When I started getting into climate activism, I knew virtually nothing about the climate crisis. So I did as much research as I could to get caught up with the rest of the activists around me. But that meant that I was overloaded with depressing and doomful climate science. I had no idea how to process it all. So I channeled all the anxiety into my activism. But I eventually got really burnt out and just didn't know what to do with all this information that was so incomprehensible. I know many people around me can feel the same way, especially the younger activists like me that get into this with little to no education on the climate crisis because of the lack of climate education in schools. I am here to tell you that we are not only failing at acting on the climate crisis, but we are failing to educate about it. Don't tell me I don't know how this works, because I know two things. One, the climate crisis threatens my future, and two, I was not educated about it. So please, don't thank me after this. Do not thank me unless you will actually take my words into consideration and act on them. I know you must be scared as a human, as a citizen of this earth, of what's to come. So find that fear somewhere inside of you and come back here and use your power. You have the power to change this. You have the power to be a real superhero to the kids by acting accordingly on this crisis and not just listening, but acting on the words of the youth. You say you care about our future. Don't tell me, show me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sampson. Questions from the committee? Ms. Chender.
So two things. First, anyone who can speak can now be added to the list. So this will go on into the night. So if you have friends that you want to come, please let them know. In terms of the photo ID, can we make an arrangement so that someone could vouch for Ms. Gilbert?
I believe we've addressed that.
Okay.
I was told that has been straightened out,
great.
but I do need to hear that directly from the Sergeant of Arms.
Okay.
Okay, that has been dealt with.
Great. And then the second one is that the first presenter today, I don't know if you were here, is an environmental educator who made the same suggestions that you're making regarding education. So I think we're hearing that a lot, and I thank you for that. And I think that that's likely an amendment that will come forward. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And Ms. Miller.
One comment. I was really taken by your words, and I would wonder if you could have a written copy of that to leave for all members so it becomes a record of today's events. Okay, thank you.
Great. Ms. Roberts?
I have not been here for all of the witnesses up until now, but I'm wondering, from your perspective, working and organizing with the climate strike, how have you found it most effective to engage some of your peers who are not focused on this in a way that doesn't overwhelm them, but invites them to join with you to take on what is a really huge and scary issue to be engaged with?
Ms. Sampson.
Well, I think letting them know that we actually have power as youth, and if they join in this movement and they work with it, that we will be accomplishing something, because we have. We just recently found out that the West Mill coal mine that was going to be opened, they are not opening that, and they are crediting the strike and also citizens of that area in their decision. So I think letting the youth know that we have power, and obviously that is evident in me being here today. I'm 17. This time last year, I didn't know what this movement was. So it's taken me less than a year to educate myself and get myself here. And I think that says something. If a 17-year-old can take less than a year to figure out what needs to happen, then all of you in this room should be able to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. Thank you, Ms. Sampson. Thanks for bringing the voice of your generation to the discussion. Ms. Shani Bale. Welcome, Ms. Bale.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. So my name is Shani. I have a degree in ecology from Acadia University. I have a master's degree in landscape ecology from Dalhousie here in Halifax. I'm currently in the process of trying to get a piece of research I conducted on bird conservation in this province published in a peer-reviewed journal. And I've been paying attention to these things for a long time. I want to begin by thanking you today for allowing me and other like-minded environmentalists, Indigenous activists, students, and concerned citizens to speak with you. I hope that you will take our voices at least as seriously as you do those of resource extraction and big energy interests. I know that some have already spoken with you, expressing the fact that they feel while the targets that this bill is proposing represent a strong first step, they do not go far enough, as we who are fortunate enough to live in a country with as much prosperity and opportunity as Canada have done more to contribute to this crisis and are also better equipped to deal with this crisis than our more disadvantaged nations. I don't disagree with that, but I'm not here to speak to that today. I am here because I've unfortunately become a bit of a cynic after watching for decades, literally decades now, a number of different political parties in multiple levels of government setting ambitious goals towards a more environmentally sustainable future, and then continually falling far short of what a clear scientific consensus says is needed to avert catastrophe. My cynicism is further compounded by the fact that this government now, here today, while setting targets that are at least in line with the global targets of the IPCC, are simultaneously encouraging, through the use of taxpayer money, the development of open-pit gold mining near important waterways such as the St. Mary's River, and in protected areas which comprise pristine and critical habitat for an array of species which are very at risk right now. I'm concerned also that this government, while lauding itself for proposing the most ambitious targets in the country, have not mentioned that these targets are in fact replacing those established in a previous bill, the Nova Scotia Economic and Sustainable Prosperity Act. Thank you, thank you. And the targets in that bill were in fact stronger than the ones being proposed today. So you will forgive me if I worry that the targets you've proposed in this bill are not being made in good faith, or at the very least, perhaps in a more generous reading, are not being made with the seriousness that they require. However, I am open to being proven wrong, and indeed, I hope, very much hope, that you do prove me wrong. So I'd just like to offer a few suggestions as to how you can do that. Firstly, as moving forward, you work to craft an action plan to achieve these goals, this plan should include hard and ambitious emissions limits on the most profitable and most polluting companies in this province, and that those limits should not be backed up merely by voluntary incentivized measures. As we have seen again and again, those are not effective, but these limits are backed up by legislation that includes meaningful consequences for those companies who fail to meet, or pardon me, who exceed the limits. Secondly, I would strongly encourage the establishment of a citizens' assembly to oversee the transition towards a more sustainable future and to monitor the progress or lack thereof that is being made towards achieving these targets. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much, Ms. Bale. Questions? Ms. Roberts.
Just one question. One of the criticisms of the bill that we have before us is that many of the goals that were in previous legislation have been taken out of the Act and will be developed with consultation and put into regulations. And I'm wondering if, given your background in landscape ecology in particular, if there are goals that you would like to see us set related to, the role of land in sequestering carbon, and that kind of, I think, relates to open pit gold mines. But are there particular things that you would like to see us set goals related to that are associated with how we actually use the land base in Nova Scotia?
Ms. Beale?
Thank you for the question. So indeed, my background is in landscape ecology, but the context in which I conducted my research was species distribution modeling and the conservation of at-risk species in the face of climate change. It wasn't really related to energy budgets and things like this, but while I have the microphone, I certainly would love to see more land conserved. I believe right now the province has 13% of its land base established as protected areas. I believe the current target is 15%, but the best science we have tells us that that is not enough to protect the vast majority of at-risk species right now. So I would suggest increasing that target, and equally importantly, and I actually believe the Department of Lands and Forestry is doing this already, but ensuring connectivity between the critical habitat areas so that species do have an opportunity to move as climate changes and habitat which is suitable today becomes unsuitable in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Beale? Thank you very much, Ms. Beale. Patrick Yancey. Welcome, Mr. Yancey. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for offering us all this time to provide our input. My name is Patrick Yancey. I am a certified translator. I've also worked with a variety of environmental groups. I'm here today as just an individual citizen. About 1 year ago, as you know, the IPCC report came out, the most famous one, that told us we had just 12 years starting from 2018 to get our house in order and to get ourselves on course for a livable future, or that opportunity would be gone forever. My children right now are 9 and 11, and I realized that by the time they were old enough to really be organizing and protesting and trying to change policies around this themselves, it would be too late. So I decided I would do everything I could to stop this crisis, because they won't get the opportunity to. Over that past year, I have seen people make amazing sacrifices to try to say no, to stop us from barreling off this cliff that we are set on course for. I've seen dozens of people put their arms and legs and bodies on the line and sacrificing themselves for arrest. I've seen dozens of people going on hunger strike. Some of them seniors in their 70s, not eating for days or even weeks, and trembling when they speak about how they're doing this for their grandchildren, so that their grandchildren might have an opportunity to have a full life like they have. I've heard young people in their early 20s, mid-20s, I've heard their voices crack when they talk about the fact that they are not going to be having kids, or they've decided not to, at least for the near future, because they don't want to bring them into a world where they don't have a future. I've seen 10,000 people marching here in Halifax, and we've seen millions all across the world recently in waves of public outcry and support for us to do what we need to do And this was coupled with thousands around the world also getting arrested from all walks of life. And the question on everyone's mind is what is the final signal or sign? What is it going to take to really end all of the debate, the denial, the humming and the hawing, the half measures, and do absolutely everything we can to avert this crisis? And this bill is a wonderful step, and it's very heartening to have seen it come out, but it is a step in the right direction, and it is too late for steps. We have a unique opportunity here in Nova Scotia to end the age of incrementalism. And if we don't, the age of incrementalism will likely end us. We have one shot, and we have to get it right. The recently proposed climate targets are the best in Canada right now, but we are decades behind in our responsibilities in the world. Not Nova Scotia, but the world is decades behind in its responsibilities, and we must do far better. 5 or 10 years from now, it will all be too late. We will have blown past our chance to avert societal collapse and human extinction. And what we do right now, it matters more than perhaps any other time in human history. All of our accomplishments, plentiful food, education, modern medicine, the internet, they could all be wiped from the earth by our most fatal flaw, which is our inability to rein in what we might call the predatory class of our society that seeks ever more profit and status and control, even at the expense of the life and livelihoods of everyone else. This fatal flaw has run amok for thousands of years, from the brutality of the early empires to colonialism, racism, and modern predatory capitalism. And now it's coming to a head. For decades, the fossil fuel industry knew about the climate crisis, but they poured billions into spreading denial and doubt. And now it's already too late for quite a lot. It's too late to prevent the 6th mass extinction, because we are hemorrhaging hundreds of species every day as we speak. But if we act now, it's not too late to salvage much of the world's life. It's already too late to guarantee a livable planet for the next generation. We blew past that point with little to no fanfare or public debate. We are now only talking in probabilities. The IPCC report in these targets, they're talking about a 50% versus a 70% chance of staying below critical tipping points. But if we act now, it is not too late to give the next generation their best shot at a livable planet. And that is the minimum, the absolute minimum that we must do. That is everything in our power to give them their best shot, because we have already took from them the guarantee of a livable planet. And what does that mean? What does the minimum mean? It means targets like 2050 are far from good enough. We must make a just transition to safe energy as quickly as humanly possible. Countries like Costa Rica and Iceland will make it within a few years. We can too, or we can commission scientists to see how close we can come. Most critically, it means this decision is too big for any one party or one government. It must fall to our best scientists, and the transition must be overseen by the public, by a people's assembly, with full respect and representation from Indigenous people and full respect for their rights and sovereignty, with full respect and support for transitioning workers and for marginalized communities. In short, a Green New Deal for all. And that means no Alton gas, no Bart Harbor extension, no new gold mining, and no decades of coal plant profits for Nova Scotia Power shareholders. The Nova Scotia government, and indeed the world, sits at a crossroads. As Nova Scotia is making national headlines right now with announcements of ambitious climate targets, the rest of Canada, and perhaps the world, is watching our lead. For decades, the world has put the profits of the predatory class over regular people and the planet. To lead now, we must find the courage to reverse all of that. We must enact a Green New Deal for all and embrace our only hope, which is a future where people and planet always come first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yancey. Any questions from the committee? Ms. Gender.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey. So you're the second presenter in a row to talk about a People's Assembly or a Citizens' Assembly. Can you speak a little bit more about your sense of what that would look like?
Mr. Yancey.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the intent there is that, for example, the last round when the EU made their climate targets, they let politicians who were influenced by industry decide how everything would be defined, and they defined biomass as renewable, and that ended up with a lot of clear cutting of trees happening all up and down the eastern seaboard of North America, and those trees were sent over to Europe and burned in incinerators for power. And the way in which they did this was actually horrible in terms of progress on the climate crisis, but it was counted as renewable because there was no public oversight as to how any of the things were defined. So a citizens' assembly essentially would be, say, 100 or 200 citizens selected at random from the general population, much like a jury in a court trial. And they would have the opportunity to oversee the transition, which would be led by scientists.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Yancey, for coming in this afternoon. Willa Fisher is next. Welcome, Ms. Fisher. 10 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Willa Fisher. I'm 17. I'm a grade 12 student at Citadel High School, and I'm one of the core organizers of School Strike for Climate Halifax. I'm not a scientist, and I will not pretend to be one, and I'm going to keep this short. I am here today to speak on behalf of the youths whose futures are at stake here. The fact of the matter is that this bill is not good enough. The targets are not aggressive enough. We should be aiming for net zero by 2030 or even 2025. We should be including intensive education on climate change as part of our required curriculum in Nova Scotia. We should be creating better rules to ensure proper Indigenous consultation and creating an environment within legislation where Indigenous voices have room to be heard and can no longer be ignored. And we need to be putting in place solid plans in order to reach these goals in the very near future. You need to start listening to the science. You should listen to the people who have spoken here today. By reducing our carbon emissions faster than what the IPCC report suggests, it gives the generations after us a much better chance of survival, and it also gives us time for mistakes. If your targets aren't met by 2030 or 2050, then what? You don't get a second chance here. What you decide to do now will shape the future of this entire planet. When I read this bill, it did not make me believe that you understand the extent of this crisis. This is not a political game. This is not something you can pass off with a few vague goals to calm the public. This is a real and present issue which sooner or later is going to start affecting us in very real ways and already has. You have to do better than this because this is not fair to the people you are supposed to be representing. Nova Scotians want climate action, and you need to start taking bigger steps. This means we need to mobilize at a huge scale. We need to be putting all our efforts into renewable energy and creating more jobs in green economy, so that when we inevitably have to shut down harmful activities to cut carbon emissions, the people working in those jobs have places to work. You need to be teaching the children about climate change because they have a right to know that their futures are currently being destroyed. They have a right to know about how their government is failing them and to know that they are going to have to fight for the rest of their lives in order to achieve climate justice. Last September, we mobilized 10,000 people in Halifax to demand climate action. Those people haven't gone away. We are still here, and we will not stop fighting for climate justice. You might as well act now, because the longer you wait, the harder you're going to have to work down the road. The issue will only get worse the longer you push it aside. I know that many of you here would tell me that you do care about acting on the climate crisis. You would tell me that it's one of your top priorities, or you're already working on it. Quite frankly, I don't care about those empty words anymore. You can say the words all you want, but it doesn't make them true. In order to gain the respect and the trust of the youth, you have to fight for climate action every waking hour. Fight as if you care. Fight as if you understand that the future of human existence depends on your actions, because it does. And if you still don't understand this, then you need to do some research. And if you're not ready to fight for change, then you're in the wrong profession. This bill is an opportunity to fight for climate justice. This bill could be improved greatly, and you can make it happen. The power is in your hands right now. Are you going to choose the right thing, or are you going to take the easy way out? Now is the time to act, so I sincerely hope that you make the right decision today. Most adults would listen to a child crying for help, so listen now. You say you care about our future. Don't tell me, show me.
Order, please. Please. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Roberts.
Thank you for your presentation. This bill, in its short form, is called the Sustainable Development Goals Act, and it talks about sustainable prosperity. And the definition in the bill currently is prosperity where economic growth, environmental stewardship, and social responsibility are integrated and recognized as being interconnected. When you and other young climate activists are talking together about the future that you envision and that you're fighting for, can you paint a picture of what sustainable prosperity might look like in that? I don't know if that's too broad a question.
Ms. Fisher?
Well, I think that when I imagine my future, I guess, I often imagine it in a very bad way, because I know that there's a very small chance that we can save the world, and that terrifies me. But when I imagine what it might be like to live in a better future, is that when you go to make a decision, there isn't really a way for you to make the wrong decision within our society. I think it's the government's responsibility to make sure that the options that you have as a person when you're going to the store to buy something, or when you're buying a home, or whatever you're doing in your life, it's the government's responsibility to make sure that those decisions, you have options that are good for the environment, that are good for the people. And when you're stuck in a society that is constantly pushing you in the wrong direction, it's impossible to make the right decision.
Ms. Chender, did you have a question? No? Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. Next is David Wimberly. We're a little bit ahead of the schedule here, so perhaps Mr. Wimberly has not arrived yet. Deborah Luscombe, is she present? No? Susan Hauer is here, I believe. Please. I'll just get your microphone turned on for you. Ms. Hauer.
I'll repeat that. I said I'm emotionally drained, and I'm sure you are too. Thank you for the opportunity. I understand from my MLA that public consultation about this most important piece of legislation will be forthcoming. Can I trust that this process will be open, genuine and inclusive of all those who depend upon this land to sustain them. The government must meaningfully engage with First Nations, Black, Acadian, and newcomer communities, municipalities, workers in all sectors, those who represent the society's vulnerable, and the general public. We all love our province, and there is much of it for which we can be proud. At the same time, our ongoing history of economic development has too many skeletons in the closet, too many patterns which cause us to call out shame, shame as we thump the proverbial legislative desk. Most of us actually believe that our planet is facing an existential crisis. Canada is also in an era of truth and reconciliation. If we are honest, both issues reflect a harmful legacy of colonialization. So this act must address two interconnected issues, climate and truth and reconciliation. The philosophy of dominion over all the earth, which was foreign to the indigenous peoples of this land, gave way to the doctrine of discovery, colonialism, and capitalism. These belief systems, so alive and well today throughout Canada and Nova Scotia, do not represent sustainable development. Business as usual is no longer acceptable. Unchecked industrial resource extraction from the sea to the forests and across the land, and all forms of fossil fuel-based industries, is systematically destroying Nova Scotia while adding to our carbon footprint. Nova Scotia has many ongoing challenges to overcome. To this day, we continue to treat ourselves as a developing state, so desperate for economic silver bullets that over and over we sell our province short to the highest bidder in the name of false and desperate economic schemes of fake jobs, incentives that strip away that which is supposed to sustain us. Just look at the cautionary tale that Northern Pulp and Pictou County provides. Successive governments have spent and continue to spend millions upon millions from the public purse to prop up a corporate entity and assume its liabilities for decades to come. The government of Nova Scotia proudly espouses, we're open for business. Any business? Is there anything to which you would say no? This indiscriminate approach is going to leave the province, as seen in Boat Harbour and the Sydney Tar Ponds, with a legacy of horrifying public health statistics, soul-destroying, blighted landscapes, and an environment that will no longer sustain life in any form. Such an indiscriminate approach to open for business is what this new Sustainable Development Goals Act should begin to control. It is Nova Scotia's chance to change direction and stop doing business as usual. Because this land is not ours to destroy. The peace and friendship treaties did not give up Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral lands of the Mi'kmaq people. And the land is the issue to be faced in truth and reconciliation. So which comes first in this act, which reflects a chicken or egg conundrum, goals and then regulations, or regulations and goals? The act offers a tone that is warm and fuzzy, using many words that are good to hear, what the drafters think we need to hear, but like the proverbial white man speaks with forked tongue, I worry. The act is thin on real substance, has few clear goals, and is even thinner on the how to achieve factor. And regulations are there to be broken. Yes, we need flexibility in our legislation, but rarely does this flexibility work in the people's favor. Time and time again, regulations afford to those of privilege the ability to achieve exceptions, find a way around the regulations. Look at something as simple as the original View Plains bylaw that established breathtaking views of Halifax Harbour from Citadel Hill, or the view from the top floor of the new Central Library, now ruined by regulations made subservient to greed. These are not significant examples compared to the one of a federal law change to accommodate Alberta's Alton Gas and its environmental impact on the Shubenacadie River. You just spent, I understand, $52,000 of taxpayer money for a gold show to encourage gold mining development throughout the province. Have you looked beyond your 4-year term to think of the short and long-term effects of open pit mining on the environment, on people's quality of life and health, effects on the water table, the watersheds, infrastructure, and the resulting toxic tailings and their effects? Are you including need for science-based regulations in your plans? How do the short and long-term effects on the healthcare system, the environment, the need for an extensive consultation process, the carbon footprint, ongoing monitoring and cleanup fit into your economic calculations of such developments? Can you honestly say that gold mining fits the definition in the Environment Act of Sustainable Development, which I won't read because you should know, or this one in this Act of Sustainable Prosperity, which you also should know? Have you ever looked into degrowth? What do you mean by integrated? And how does recognition affect decision-making, action, or non-action? Once again, as per the rollout to the consultation itself, your timing seems to be bent on discouraging public participation. I'm very grateful to the extension of the time frame that has been given into the evening tonight. But as someone wrote, the provincial government quietly posted on their website on Friday afternoon for this Monday morning hearing. How do you expect people to participate with such short notice? You could have at least contacted those who submitted to the consultation process to let us know about the first reading. We spoke to our MLA and he was not certain of the schedule for readings in the law amendment hearing. If he does not know, how are we supposed to know realistically? Well, here I am participating once again in spite of your ongoing endeavor to kill my faith in democracy. Rethink gold. It is willful ignorance to call this sustainable development. Climate action and truth and reconciliation action must be fundamental to all that comes next. Thank you for the opportunity to express and share my thoughts on Nova Scotia's future. Please think about what you are doing.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. Any questions from the committee? Ms. Roberts?
Just one question to clarify your point about notification of law amendments. Can I ask if you participated in the 30-day online consultation on this act, and did that result in any follow-up with you related to this committee?
Ms. Hauser.
And I wrote to the consultation. I didn't follow the rules. I didn't cover the 3 little or how many points there were, but I mean, it was totally ironic that the consultation was announced right before Labor Day, right before the opening of school and universities, right before the Climate Action Week, and right before a federal election. How many people were paying attention during that particular period of time for such a piece of legislation, consultation, to be announced? But to answer your question, I did follow up with our MLA, and as I said, our MLA was not able to give us a precise time about when the first reading was going to take place. It's only through environmental networks and underground that we found out that this was happening, and spent the whole weekend trying to come together for something today. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Hauser. I understand David Wimberly has arrived. Mr. Wimberly, we have a total of 15 minutes for you, 10 minutes for your presentation, up to, and then 5 minutes for questions if necessary. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'm sure you've heard it before, but it was a well-publicized ploy to discourage public participation, to announce something on a Friday evening in a very relatively obscure place, rather than press conferences, for something as big as this, the entire environment of Nova Scotia affecting the environment of the world. So But here we are, and you've seen the results that so many people are wanting to come here. So I'm going to start by saying that we need a bigger process, far bigger process than what's envisioned in this act. Yes, it's good that you're taking an interest in this, but how do you go beyond? Because your timeline is much too late, your aspirations are much too little, your field of engagement is much too limited, and your depth of change is much too shallow. I've seen youth posting that this is a death sentence for them and any children that they might have. Those exact words. It's too little, too late. It's a climate emergency, not a climate walk in the park. And if you treated it like a true emergency, you would have daily cabinet meetings. You'd be amassing like it was World War II. And you would be changing industry immediately, telling them what they had to do to produce things to stop climate change, to stop the environmental degradation of our world. But so far, it seems as if it's in name only. So the depth of transformation really needs to be envisioned far differently. And you embed within this text keywords that trigger us to say that it's not sincere. For instance, that you talk about economic growth as being a core value. Well, it's pretty well documented that economic growth is one of the core problems. That when that is your religion, and materialism, neoliberalism, various words, but consumerism and endless growth is your religion. It's like a religion of a cancer. When do we recognize that it's a cancer and that we have to live within the means of the planet? And when you take a Mi'kmaq word that really means having respect for all living beings and say that you're going to use it as a term to live within the boundaries of what we can have as no observable adverse effect, or even a adverse effect that you're willing to live with, or acceptable adverse effect, then you're not understanding the terms of all my relations. The plants and the animals, the trees, the fish, the greenery, and so on, those are all our relations. And we have to treat them as if they are a family. Are we going to die? And it's really stark. I would say within public consultation, the way it's set up is not going to give us a result that will work. And this is because if you listen to a bunch of people that come and present to you, and then you have people who have a different opinion of what's right, write all that down, and they're going to only write down the things that resonate with them. And then they got together in a back room, and they come up with their version of what we talked about. It's going to change then, and then you're going to put a bunch of politicians who were elected with donations that have influenced them, and what's being said will vary more and more and more, and pretty soon it bears little resemblance to what might actually work. But the good news is if you're going to do genuine public process, once upon a time, here in this beautiful province, we had a public process that actually worked. And that's what we did to come up with our waste resource management strategy. We had a citizen group that was empowered to come up with a strategy, and it was going to be citizens. It was not going to be corporations. It was not going to be politicians. But any person as a private citizen could attend. And I worked in this quite a bit, and we came up with a beautiful strategy, and it resulted in a landfill that we could cite that's causing not only, it's actually having a net benefit, having the landfill and the system and the composting, which is something I played a big role in. So I'm challenging you to use the same system to come up with your strategy, instead of the standard consultation, which will end up in a disaster. And you'll end up with the children looking back at this as they grow up, and and actually looking at you as climate criminals. But if you do this, and we get together with the wisdom of the population and the best science, we will come up with something that the children will be, and the youth, and the First Nations, and all the different communities we can imagine, they will have all had their say. And it will be not just a compromise, like in the political system, but it will be a visionary exercise. And we know how to do it. I know how to do it. I've still got the documents from the early 90s. Some of the people who led that are still around. I'm not the only one. So that's the first thing. I'm really offering you something here that I don't believe anyone else has, and it will work, but nothing short of it will. Now, the other part is understanding what the public process is. And I'm engaged in mid-November in helping design a set of 4 programs that look at, for instance, the climate emergency, solutions for survival. Best examples from Denmark and Sweden and Europe. How do we talk about the climate crisis? An intergenerational conversation. That's done together with the Anglican Environmental Network. Early on, you heard a gentleman from that network speaking. We have another one that's inner transition, truth, courage, and unfolding in a time of environmental crisis. That's done in cooperation with Uma Mosque and the Eco Dharma Action Group and others. And finally, a transition launch workshop that is done by Transition Bay St. Margaret's. And these things are teaching the skills to envision the future so that we can transition in ways that are uplifting. It's not an act of desperation. We don't build up so much pressure in our society that you see what's happening in Chile. And you already had the biggest protest over this ever. How much more prevarication do you think it's going to take before people get to the Chilean result here? And I don't want that to happen. It doesn't need to happen. You're at a crossroads. You can keep that from happening. Thank you. So I'm going to, first off, so that everyone who is watching and you guys can see, that's our poster for this. And I hope there's somewhere I can leave a poster where you actually put it up here. And here's a flyer, but you can get all this information at transitionbay.ca/events. And I know everyone who's on the answer can now come in and see that and read it. But I could go through bit by bit and take this apart. And I've presented at law amendments starting at the 1990s, and once had the opportunity to make a presentation that meant a bill was stopped. The committees just stopped at that point, checked out my facts, and withdrew the bill immediately. Here, I'm asking you to rewrite this so that we have this kind of public consultation that will really work, and that we train the people who are part of it with things like this, so that they know how to participate in the kinds of public process that's not the adversarial kind of process, that we're building our collective wisdom, the wisdom to survive in a climate emergency like our house is on fire, because it is.
Excuse me, your mic didn't come on there. Ms. Miller? No.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, I won't start over again, but anyway, that's all right. Yeah, there's 25 or more groups, including a lot of environmental groups in there that did consultation, and there was an online presentation. What would you see public consultation besides that? I mean, online there's not too many people that can't work with an online presentation. It usually gives you a lot of room for comments and things like that. Is there, what additional consultation would you have expected for something like this?
Mr. Wimberly.
Thank you. That's an excellent question, because the premise is fundamentally different. So you're building consensus rather than making presentations and then having some other group evaluate them. The group there gets to argue the facts, to present them, to debate them, and it's not adversarial. And you're not waiting until some minister or deputy minister or bureaucrats, in this case, or other people then evaluate it and say, do I believe it or not? It's just like the Offshore Petroleum Board. You present something to that, you're presenting it to a panel of people who are industry insiders, and they're so biased that they will only see things through the lens, through the blinders. They can't see outside that, for instance, fishery and tourism are more valuable than offshore petroleum. So you get a biased answer in that way. So what I'm saying is the traditional way that you're talking about, the answers then become biased, and we don't have an opportunity for the presenters to debate not just the facts, but the value of the facts. What's the most important? How do you do it? And you'll probably get something that has a much greater scope. Different presenters have talked about how forestry was not included, or offshore oil. But what about soil? There's more carbon in the soil that's from agriculture that is not done sustainably, it's released, than is released from burning petrochemicals. Check it out. But it's astonishing. So there's so many, we have to work on all these things together and have a transformation in our society. And the other thing that happens, and this is equally important, and thank you for asking the question, because when you do this citizen-led thing, then, and it's public, the citizens who aren't even part of this know about what we're doing, and you build confidence, you build consensus in the entire society. So what happened with the waste resource management stuff, by the time we tabled our report, the public knew about it and they bought into it immediately. And they already knew how to sort their garbage into recyclables and compostables. They knew how to do it from day one. It was just astonishing.
Going to move to Mr. Lohr, a couple minutes here.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wanting to request that those two documents you held up be photocopied so that we could all have a copy of them.
All right, I'm sure if you could just give that to the page. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Wimberly. Thank you. Kira Gilbert, did Kira? Pardon me? No, she's canceled. Yeah. Welcome, Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Gwe Deliuk, Kyra Gilbert, and I'm a Mi'kmaq student at Citadel High School. Today, along with every other day, I carry the weight of your decisions on my shoulders, let alone my youth and elders who fight for the same and right causes. Our biggest fear is that we have no control over our future because it's in your hands. We have no control over the waters you'll poison, the fossil fuels you'll emit, and the animals you'll make go extinct. As you all know, Alton Gas is a company proposing to help provide Nova Scotians with affordable and reliable natural gas year-round. To do so, they have to build salt caverns and put massive amounts of brine into them. This will happen at the Shubenacadie River. They say it won't contaminate the water, but the whole process is to get the gas flowing. As this happens, it will affect all aquatic life, and make the water uninhabitable, and not to mention uninhabitable. This will cause the salinity levels to rise drastically, and with the constant highest tides, and currents in the world, it will be pushed back into the Bay of Fundy out into the Atlantic Ocean. Our Atlantic Ocean is a trailway that connects us to many other provinces and countries. Imagine how many that could get affected in the process of this proposal. Of course, this won't happen and be an immediate reaction, but over time, it will 100% happen. Over thousands of species live in the Atlantic Ocean, and with the brining process, this could seriously harm them. Documents show that the saline levels will be 6 times higher than what is habitable for fish. There's no way any fish, big or small, could prepare themselves for what is ahead. And getting blasted by 260 parts per thousand of undited brines into their gills. Imagine the amount of dead aquatic life and creatures that will wash up upon our waters. Spanaki River has been unceded Mi'kmaq territory for centuries, meaning the Mi'kmaq people never settled for land claims on this sacred area. This land has never been disrespected or taken for granted until now. My cousin Mike Sack, chief of Indian Brook Reservation, had land claims to the river until he sold back in 2018. It is a big fight for us Mi'kmaq people to protect our land right now because Mother Nature is what is most important to us and what is most sacred and has always been. You're made out of water, you come from water. As my mother Darlene Gilbert said earlier, you are water, what else are you without it? Mi'kmaq people, Jesus, my heart breaks when I think about the ancestors and elders who have sat on the land for years before us that have to now watch it be destroyed. I know some of you are aware that there are water protectors next to the Alton gas site who have set up their own site to keep an eye on Alton's process because at the moment they're not supposed to continue with it. They have a court case against them claiming by 3 grandmothers that this is our land and we have rights to it. One of them being my mother. As the Mi'kmaq people have treaties to the land, to the river, and to the fish, it shall be ours. With you all just standing by and letting this happen, we're losing these rights you have given us, and now you're just taking them back? The bill you're proposing says that you will take immediate climate action to any action in any climate crisis in need. We'll take a big look at this one. Also, why are you not, sorry, I'm so why are you not teaching our children and youth on this subject that we've been aware of since the 80s? Are you just going to allow the children to not know that their future is being shredded into pieces? Your decisions are our future, and don't forget that. This bill is missing so many important aspects, and I believe you should take a second look at it and can change it in consideration with the words that everybody has told you today. You say you care about my future. Don't tell me, show me. Walaliak.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee, Ms. LeBlanc.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation and for protecting the waters and the lands of this area and with other First Nations protecting Turtle Island. As a settler, I appreciate and I'm deeply grateful to you for protecting this land, your land. I have been at the Treaty Truck House several times and have actually been honored to participate in a water ceremony with Elder Doreen Bernard, which was very powerful and amazing. And I absolutely stand with you on the Alton gas issue. I think that it is reprehensible what's going on, and I will continue to use my voice in the legislature to oppose what is happening. But I wanted to ask you, and I'm sorry about my butchering of this pronunciation, but the Mi'kmaq, someone can help me maybe, the Mi'kmaq term Nadugulamik, is that right? Anyone? Which is it is one of the principles on which this act is being written, and it's defined in the writing of the act as the use of the natural bounty provided by the Creator for the self-support and well-being of the individual and the community by achieving adequate standards of community nutrition and economic well-being without jeopardizing the integrity, diversity, or productivity of the environment. So that is a part of this piece of legislation, and I'm wondering, as a Mi'kmaq person, and maybe this is like a little, it's a big question, but when I read that, I was kind of shocked. I mean, I appreciate that it's in there, but I also recognize that this piece of legislation doesn't do enough. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that, given that you are or your family are water protectors and land protectors. Do you feel like this legislation is adhering to that principle, which is a Mi'kmaq principle?
Ms. Gilbert?
Like how it's saying that you have to, the part where it was like, use our nature's resources and stuff like that. Of course you do. That's the one thing that you have for your resources. That's what's given to you there. Everything is made out of everything comes from Mother Nature. You're sitting on Mother Nature, you know what I mean? And every little aspect, you come from Mother Nature. Every little thing of you comes from Mother Nature. You were you go into your DNA. There's atoms from the stars in the sky from you. You know what I mean? You are your resources. So in that scenario, you should be able to have resources, your resources not destroyed. And in there, it's saying that, but it's not being specific as to what they mean by protecting nature in a sense, because that's what they're trying to say, but they're just not, yeah.
Mr. Johns.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Johns, there we go.
Thank you very much. I'm curious, I attended the student-led climate march up at City Hall. You were one of the speakers up on, so my comment would be, don't be nervous here. You stood in front of 10,000 people and talked, and you did a great job, as did Miss Sampson. So you had mentioned earlier that you're in grade 12, so you're pretty much now at the end of your education career through the public school system. One of the things people have been discussing in regards to the lack of this bill or the need to enforce is through education. So I'm just curious to know, having gone from primary now and leaving in grade 12, what have you learned through the public school system in regards to environment and climate so far?
Ms. Gilbert.
Honestly, not a lot. In Mi'kmaq class, we talked about in grade 11, we talked about Alton Gas a little bit because I brought it up. And that's only because I came forth with it. And I made that a class discussion for a couple classes because it's something that needs to be discussed and talked about. Youth don't even have a clue what Alton Gas are. I didn't until I was 13, you know what I mean? So, the only real education I've got from climate change is the storms that we're getting or something. Our teachers don't fill us in on anything. We only learn weather when we're in elementary school. You only learn your forecast when it's sunny and how it rains and all that stuff in primary, and then you're done with weather. You don't learn about it. You're not taught what people on the Weather Channel are taught, because you go to school for that. But why aren't you taught that our Earth is on fire? You know what I mean? But you're not. So.
Any further? Ms. Lonis-Croft.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You're an amazing young person. Can we have a copy of your submission? And can you? Okay, if you you can send it in later, even. Okay, if it's on your phone. But keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. We're really happy that you were able to join us this afternoon. David Patrick Quinn is not scheduled till 4. Just to let folks know, we're reaching out to those 43 that had reached out earlier, and getting some voicemails and things like that. So please, if you're watching or if you're in the chamber, please contact Ledge Council at 424-8941. We hope to be able to hear from you in the next few hours. I will open it up. Is there anyone on the floor that put their name forward to Ledge Council before noon that had not heard back? Oh, well, please come forward. This, you would be Margaret? Yes. Margaret Aldridge.
Oh, she's the one that gave up her spot.
Yeah, we can deal with that. Great. Welcome, Ms. Aldrich. The floor is yours.
Thank you. A friend of mine suggested that somebody should cry today, so I've decided it's me. I am the mother of Willa Fisher. She is one of the school strike organizers. And I want to tell you that I have 3 children, and all of their lives we've talked about grandchildren. I am so desperate for grandchildren. And it was only last year when Willa and some of her friends decided to take the No Future, No Children pledge that I think all of this really just hit me in the gut. When you have a 16-year-old girl who tells you that she does not feel that it is in any way a good idea to have a child, I don't know what you're supposed to say or do to that. And increasingly, I'm meeting more and more people with whom I'm working in climate activism. And sometimes we have meetings where I sit there in that meeting and I look around the room and I realize that everybody in this room is sort of in the 20s or 30s age range, and pretty much 99% certain that none of these people in this room is in any way considering having a child. And I just think that creates such a profound sense of what our youth are feeling and what we have done to rob them of their future. So that's my preface for my actual speech. So thank you very much for giving us all the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here looking at us all as friends and neighbors, as people coming together as a community. I cannot imagine the complexity of your jobs, and nor can I imagine your occasional need to detach from issues that are too big to carry. It's no doubt very difficult, but today is different because today is all about us, all being here together, and about humans in every corner of the world. It's about our vulnerability, the vulnerability of the people we love, and the vulnerability of the children in our lives. It's about you, the members, working from your quiet, deep personal convictions with an urgency that will be very uncomfortable. It's about reinventing and reimagining and doing things differently because this new reality is unprecedented in history. Bill 213, while laudable in its efforts to address the climate crisis, does not go nearly far enough. The targets for emissions outlined in the bill are not in line with the targets that we need to meet in order to keep global heating to below 1.5 degrees. I've been reading that the Act sets out a requirement for public consultations to take place in the coming year that will inform the development of a provincial climate change plan for clean growth. I'm concerned this timeline sounds like business is running as usual, but we all know very well now this is not business as usual. While it is unrealistic to think plans can happen instantaneously, we know that in times of crisis they do. And since we know that this is a crisis and the immediate rapid decrease in emissions is essential, why does the timeline of the plan reflect a complete lack of urgency? And then we stretch things even longer with a proposal to reduce emissions by 53% below 2005 levels by 2030. That's 11 years from now, the point when it is too late to turn climate change around. And all we will have given is an effort and not an achievement. And that is assuming we meet the deadline, and how often does that really happen? And net zero by 2050, this is too little, much too late. Climate grief is a condition mostly in young people, and with a lot of adults increasingly, which consists of anxiety and depression coming from the despair at nothing being done to save their future. As the mother of a school striker, I know that if you talk to any adolescent, you will hear all about it. Here is an incredible opportunity to look at every young person in this room and every child you care about and tell them that you, as a decision maker, have decided to try harder and to act as you would if their life needed saving. Not only during office hours, not taking all your vacation and sick days, not avoiding difficult conversations, not trying to stay popular or normal in any way, because normal has never brought change and well-behaved people have never made history. In the face of extinction, we are given an opportunity to do extraordinary things with extraordinary people, and we literally have nothing to lose in doing so. Thank you so much for your time and effort.
Thank you very much. Mr. Howman, did you indicate a question, or am I going to miss Mr. Johns? Mr. Johns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're talking in regards to urgency and timelines and all that. I just wanted to make sure you're clear. So after this, the process after it passes the House is to take at least 12 to 14 more months to do public consultation before any of this is implemented. You know that, right? Okay. And how do you feel about an additional 12 to 14 months before anything's done?
Ms. Aldridge.
It makes me feel hopeless. I think about the damage that will be done during that time. And, you know, I'm not unaware of the fact that things do take time, and consultation is essential, especially when we're talking about consulting with scientists. But I have to believe somehow that there is a way to expedite this, that there is a way to make things happen faster.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Thank you for your presentation. People around this table would recognize me as the crier of the legislature, so I am right there with you, sister. I cry a lot, and I may cry when I ask this question, just for the record. I have a little girl, a 7-year-old girl, and I protect her from all of this so far. She came to the last climate strike, but, you know, we talk about it in terms of protecting Mother Earth at this point in our house. We don't talk about that she might not be able, she might choose to not have children herself, because right now she's in a place where she has big dreams, right? And I'm not ready to talk about it yet. But I wanted to ask you, when you talk about how things aren't good enough in this bill, so, you know, 2050 is too late, all of those things that you're saying, can you say really clearly what should be in this bill?
Ms. Aldridge.
No, I can't. And fortunately, I'm surrounded by friends who have already articulated that, who will continue to articulate that, and to whom I listen to on a regular basis. I don't feel up to speed and educated yet, but what I do know is that we are looking at such a rapid decline, and sitting around talking about it, we just don't have time.
Ms. Roberts.
I appreciated very much your comment about how it is time to stop acting like everything is normal. And I feel like in the legislature, and certainly since I've been elected, I often feel like I'm aware of that tension in my own body of kind of still being part of institutions that were created for other times, and not quite having the energy at every moment to challenge with how dramatic the change is that I see as needed. And it's almost like it's impolite to, or worse than impolite, but it's like so actually revolutionary to talk about the scale of change that we need. And so I'm just wondering if you could share it all, you know, as a mom of a young person who has gotten very engaged, and as someone for whom you've woken up to this situation through her, what have been your experiences of in your own professional and social circles of kind of breaking into those conversations with maybe people who aren't there yet?
Ms. Aldrich.
That is a great question. So first of all, I want to speak to the fact that it wasn't Willa that woke me up. I was bringing my own bags 20 years ago. Yes, that's a great question, because the conversations are always uncomfortable. The conversations, I mean, obviously you speak with people who are of the converted, but then you have, I think what's really hard is that it is so uncomfortable, and it is also so unfathomable. So when you bring it up and you try to talk about these things, people just often cannot get their heads around it, and understandably. I mean, it's science fiction, basically. And so I think that you need to bring it to a smaller level often. Just bring it to a smaller level. And you know, I mean, that could be applied for the discussions that you have amongst with each other, to workable sections, while at the same time, obviously going for the broader sweeps. I can't tell you how to do it. I'm not in that business. But I think that if you work on knowing your audience and knowing what will speak to those people, then that's really the only way. When I'm having those conversations, that's how I do it. I look for the level where they can apply these things to a small part of their lives. But unfortunately, that, you know, you guys have to deal with something much, much bigger than that. But what I would like to say is that everyone who has talked about how you cannot have corporate voices in this discussion, I believe that wholeheartedly. That doesn't really answer your question. That's best I can do.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Aldrich. I'll have to deal with it. Is there a David Patrickin? 4 p.m. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, certainly. Come forward and. Sorry, I've forgotten your name. Yes, Eleanor Cure. Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Eleanor Cura, but I am speaking right now on behalf of Jennifer McClatchy. Jennifer says, I am unable to attend the law amendments hearing on Monday morning, but I wanted to express my concerns. Now is a crucial time to act. We don't have much time left to reduce our emissions in order to prevent catastrophic climate change. Therefore, it is vital that Nova Scotia listen to scientists and take immediate action to address our carbon footprint. We must stop the destruction of our forests for pulp and paper or for biomass, because we need these both to sequester carbon and for habitat for creatures who are endangered because of human activities. We must halt oil and gas projects that threaten the environment and would emit more carbon into the atmosphere. And she has in brackets Alton gas. We must declare a climate emergency. Thank you, you actually have done that, I appreciate that, she will too. And then actually act like it. We must do everything we can to leave a legacy of a habitable Nova Scotia and planet for future generations. Sincerely, Jennifer McClatchy. Thank you.
So David Packrin, we're expecting shortly. I understand there's another woman on the list that may be here. Alexandra Vance, please come forward. The floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been here all morning and afternoon, so I actually got a call and went to voicemail, so I do appreciate you making time. I'm a marine scientist, and I'm here on behalf of myself, not my organization, but I will say that I do work with a global not-for-profit that is tasked and focused with saving the ocean and feeding the world. Part of my portfolio is habitat protection, and so we're most familiar with marine protected areas here. But in the course of doing that, I've also had the opportunity to coordinate and execute marine research expeditions on all 3 of Canada's oceans. So I have a firsthand lived experience of what our oceans entail and the beauty and bounty they possess, and how for the first time ever in my life, I am collecting the data, the baseline data, which will serve as the beginning of the end. It is felt throughout my entire profession that we are witnessing the beginning of the total destruction of biodiversity in our oceans as we know it today, which is hard to do, and wake up every morning, try to conserve the ocean, which we all love and all depend upon, knowing that if it is business as usual, what we're seeing is the beginning of the end. As was mentioned earlier, the climate is almost entirely regulated by our ocean. Science is very clear in noting that 1/4 of all carbon emissions are absorbed into the ocean, and the ocean hosts 90% of abundant heat capacity. So when we're talking about global greenhouse gas emissions, we're talking really about the carbon capture and sequestration capacity of our oceans. A blue economy, if you will, if we were to take steps in the right direction. And that Green New Deal for all really could be a blue deal for all. The capacity is there, the innovation is there. Technology in Nova Scotia is really leading the charge both nationally and internationally. But this is where things get tricky. We know from both international, national, and local reports that climate change is not only real, but the ocean is bearing the brunt of it. We are now, within the last year of the IPCC report on oceans and cryosphere, that the ocean has warmed twice as fast since the Paris Agreement was first signed. And just this past year, our federal government, the Environment and Climate Change Canada report stated that Canada is warming twice as fast, and the Arctic is warming 3 times as fast. A little known report right here in the Gulf of St. Lawrence has stated that it itself is a global hotspot for climate change, where we're not only seeing temperatures increase and salinity increase, but we are seeing the deoxygenation of our very ocean. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Gulf of St. Lawrence, it is a hotspot not only for our culture and identity of Indigenous people, but of all coastal communities. If you like oysters, if you like cod, guess where they come from? We have an opportunity now, maybe not to reverse these effects, because latent heat capacity and the lag time of the ocean means that even if we were to stop emissions today, the effects would go on for probably another 100 years. That's science. We are not in a good position. But I refuse to allow that grim bit of information stop us from doing what is right and doing it right now. Ocean optimism, for those of you who are not familiar, was a movement that was started about a decade ago now by a woman named Eileen Kesley, who found that in youth, when she asked youth how they felt about the oceans, not just what they thought the state of the ocean was or what chance we had to saving it, how they felt about saving it, they found that the youth were unequivocally hopeless. And that anxiousness, that depression, was really a cause for paralysis for action. The kids thought it was too far gone, and these are like 7- and 8-year-olds who didn't think that there was any chance to save our ocean. So ocean optimism was born in light of that grim speck. And instead of continuously talking about our challenges and potential for defeat, ocean optimism was born to instead share the success stories of our ocean and to start highlighting around the world things that are actually working. Best practices, lessons learned, projects, work programs, exchanges, community-led initiatives that were actually making a difference for both our coastal and marine ecosystems. And guess what? It is spread like wildfire. What I see here today, though, amongst our youth, and the inability to even conceive the idea of conception, to not have children, I mean, that should really resonate hard in Nova Scotia, where we already have a thing called the Ivory Report, saying our population is getting old. Do we not want to instead instill optimism and say this is our best practice, this is as much as we could do right here, right now, and give these kids a glance of hope? If we continue to do nothing and continue business as usual, Nova Scotia's state of affairs, both as a population and an economy and an environment, will only continue to go downhill. And that's science. And I don't wish to be as grim as the very baseline of the science that I'm collecting, because what I'm seeing firsthand, even amongst the beautiful pink coral branches and the big yellow vase sponges and all the basket stars and octopus and sharks that I get to see firsthand, I'm very privileged to have these experiences. But it's my role as a scientist to communicate how beautiful that is and how lost we would be as a society, not only globally, but here as Nova Scotians. That, again, it's part of our identity, our culture, our heritage, to have that marine connection. And if nothing else, Nova Scotia has really exceeded as leadership as far as innovation on the tech front. So let's put that to work. Let's see how far we can get with a blue economy. Let's see how far we can get by empowering the youth in our coastal communities. The solutions are there, we just need to celebrate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vance. Ms. Roberts?
I'm tempted to both ask you more questions about the source of the grimness and also to ask you more questions about the source of the potential hope. So I'm going to go with the potential hope. But can you give me an example of an innovation of a best practice that is available to us here in Nova Scotia, but which we haven't thrown, all the public support and resources behind, and which could be distributed and put to work to contribute to actually making hope?
Ms. Vance.
Thank you. That's a great question. I'm so glad you asked. As we all know, Nova Scotia is at extreme high risk of climate change. That means coastal erosion, flooding, more intense storms. One thing that we don't do enough here is something called living shorelines. So instead of using hard seawalls, rocks, concrete, which actually attenuates wave energy and concentrates it and inevitably actually breaks down that concrete wall faster than it does actually preventing long-term the waves staying out. A living shoreline is when you use living materials, so wood, but also seagrass, seaweeds, things that will actually sort of dissipate that wave energy over time. And that's something that we could be looking more into, is how to actually strengthen these natural materials, maybe through different tech and innovations, but using that as sort of the baseline and going forward. As well, there was a few projects on the ground within recent years. I helped participate in seagrass transplantation, which is a community-led initiative, and also strengthening our coastlines by planting things as simple as raspberries and willows. So there's a lot of things we can do that'll both increase, the natural beauty of our province, but actually be quite functional in the long term.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, Ms. LeBlanc. Yes, you may.
Can you just talk a little bit about like the blue economy versus the green economy, and how, as you said, the green economy could morph into a blue economy? I mean, I kind of get it, but I just want to hear more.
Ms. Vance.
Well, I'm certainly not an economist, but I can say that the potential for carbon capture and sequestration, again, through living products such as seagrasses and seaweeds, to our south, mangroves, but certainly marshes here as well, the opportunity to actually bury carbon naturally through the root systems. So we're talking here on land by rebuilding our forestries, for example, right? But also, so we could do that in the water, but as well as the potential for rebuilding our fisheries, right? Having sustainable practices, both in industry and catch, supporting our local small-scale fishermen, which we know we can get a higher value for market price, right? If it's coming from sort of an eco-certified distributor. But we don't invest in any of that. We still have foreign fleets. We still have large trawls that are going out and destroying our critical habitat, which is necessary for these fish to survive in the first place. And if we don't have fisheries available in Nova Scotia, then pray tell, what do we really have as far as a keystone economy?
Ms. Roberts.
Sorry, just a quick note, Mr. Chair, that we actually don't have our current presenter's name in front of us, and I would appreciate that. So if you had any written thing or a business card that could be photocopied and circulated, I would just appreciate that.
Oh. Ms. Vance, sorry, I'll give you the microphone. Get it on.
Thank you. Alexandra Vance, and I'd be happy to follow up with you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Vance. David Patrickin, I think, is on his way, not here. Not him. And we can now move on. We've got folks lined up for 4 p.m., but perhaps they're here and we can continue to. Is Justin Cantafield here? Or Seth Levinston? Great. Welcome, Mr. Levinson. I'm not sure if you've been watching, but it's 10 minutes for a presentation and 5 minutes for questions. You don't we obviously don't have to use all 10.
I'm just having walked in and having missed the proceedings this morning, I'm feeling a little ill-equipped, but I'll do my best. And this will take a lot less than 10 minutes. I, for whatever it's worth, simply wanted to stand up and be counted as a citizen of this province and of this country, and express my concern that we think we're doing enough with regards to addressing climate change. And I apologize in advance if any of my comments have been stated many, many times already. So I'll simply read the letter that I drafted and sent to the Premier this morning. As a resident of Nova Scotia and concerned citizen of the planet, there is not a single thing more important to me today than hearing from all of you about binding actions based on science that this government will take to address the climate emergency. Unless the 100 or so scientists and climate specialists who have signed the IPCC report are all wrong, the IPCC report tabled earlier this year makes it very clear that no one is doing enough. They also make it very clear that we need to move into emergency action immediately. This is an emergency. The fires raging in California this morning are only one example of that. I've lived on the Eastern Shore for 15 years now and twice have been evacuated for forest fires, which was striking because they happened, excuse me, in the springtime, typically the wettest time of year. Consider for a moment that for decades now, science has combed the universe for signs of life. To date, they've not found a single system where they've confirmed that even microbes can survive. And yet, here we are on the only planet in the unknown universe that sustains countless life forms, and collectively, we are destroying the very conditions for life every day. Billions of years in the making, and in less than a century, we're incinerating it. This planet that we call home. As the impacts of climate change worsen, our collective denial will morph into panic, and by then, it has been made very clear it will be far too late to do anything about it. The time to act is right now. Anything short of an emergency-level response to climate emergency is laughable. The tired argument that pits the economy against climate action is absurd. What good is any kind of economy if we're all dying? This is a quote from the Cree Nation. Only when the last tree has died, the last river has been poisoned, and the last fish has been eaten will we realize we can't eat money. As leaders of this province, as representatives of all people of Nova Scotia, please do your job. Lead, blaze trails, show Canada and indeed the world that we can meet this formidable challenge with resourcefulness, ingenuity, speed, and at a marathon pace. Because indeed this will be a marathon. Please face head-on, with your eyes wide open, the climate emergency that is banging this door down. This is an immense opportunity. We can't afford to miss this boat. According to the most conservative warnings, we won't have another chance. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levison. Are there any questions? Ms. LeBlanc.
Thank you for being here and for simply adding your voice, as you say. I think that's really important that you're here. Every voice is important in this conversation. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about something you said towards the end about leading and trailblazing and showing the rest of the country and the world that things are possible. And I'm wondering, in your view, what does leadership in this look like? What would, you know, if you imagined a Nova Scotia where there was great climate leadership, what would that look like?
Mr. Levison.
I think, first and foremost, it wouldn't pit the economy against the environment, because one without the other is, neither works. So I think that argument has to stop. And I would regard that as a huge accomplishment, because it seems to be one of those arguments that is dividing the country, and it was really flagrant in the recent election, and it's such a red herring. I would take that as an extraordinary step forward and an opportunity to set the standard for the country that kind of divisiveness is wasting everybody's time. Aside from that, I think in terms of concrete action that we can all take, I'm not a scientist and I'm not an economist, so I can't really give concrete suggestions. I'm currently living on the Eastern Shore, working in the city, and trying to figure out how to sell my house so I can get closer to the city to try and not add an extra burden to CO2 emissions. I'm offloading all my investments in extraction industries, particularly oil and gas. I'm trying to do what I can, but I really feel like it's at a much higher level in terms of education and even more particularly in terms of culture. If the individuals and the institutions that we look to in a community could start setting an example of how to make things matter, how to make it obvious that this matters, and that any progress won't be done at the expense of splitting up people's views or pitting communities against each other.
Ms. Martin.
Thank you. And I was out for a short time, so, but earlier today, we had a presenter who talked a lot about education and the fact that there, should be more education, especially in schools. Is that something that you think could help turn the tide, so to speak, that, if more people were educated on exactly what's happening and what could happen, that, we would be far better off in a better situation?
Mr. Levison?
I think that's critical, but unfortunately, it seems like people who are moving into voting age they already get it. A lot of them already get it. We're the ones who don't get it. And we are the ones, I include myself, who have established a culture where we don't join the dots about the impact each of us has on everything around us, the people, the environment. We have and there's no blame attached to it. We have inherited a culture where we don't join the dots about the impact we have on our world. And now those dots are being joined for us with the help of 16-year-olds. So I think education is key because that's where culture is built. But I think putting too many eggs in that basket at this point is too late.
Thank you, Mr. Levison. Justin Canifield, has he arrived? Pardon? I have a list to go on right now. Are you on the list? Oh, I thought David Patrickham was.
If I may ask, a couple of us called to be on the list to speak on Saturday, but we didn't get a call back to speak yet.
You'll have to speak with Ledge Council about that.
They've been trying to reach everybody. They're leaving messages that people aren't answering.
Okay. Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, my colleague, when Mr. Irving was chair, put a motion forward that everybody that wanted to present could present, and Mr. Irving asked that we just table that motion until such time everybody had a chance to be called and or arranged. So if that is not the case, then I would like to reintroduce that motion.
I believe everyone was called who had called up to 12. I'll let the clerk speak to it. He knows.
My understanding was anybody who had called my office by 12 noon today would be scheduled if we could get a hold of them.
Yeah, I called Saturday, left a message, but didn't get a response back.
They did call everyone who left a message this morning. And what is your name? I don't see her on the list, do you? What time were you given?
I was not given a time. They did call me back, although I was sitting here listening, so I did not take the call.
Oh.
So you have to talk to my office.
And I was listening for me too. I got to my 4:30.
She needs to call.
You had a time at 4:30? Okay.
He's on the schedule. If you're on the list, they need to call the office. We'll do a new list if they call the office.
And I called this morning and they said they weren't taking.
Okay. Those of you who had called in, the clerk is telling me that you need to just step outside the chamber, call the office back to get on the list. Seriously. I don't make the rule.
Because we'd like to have a list of the names.
We need to have a list of the names of the people and a schedule. So if you had been called, you can go out and call the ledge office and they will put you on the list. Okay? What's your name? Mr. Johns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification through you to Ledge Council, we were given an additional sheet with a number of speakers, 9 of them here. Is there another sheet with additional speakers yet to come? My understanding that there was probably more than what we have right here.
Well, we started with a sheet today,
Correct.
2 sheets today. Now we're on a 3rd sheet.
Correct. And my understanding there was still more.
I'll let the clerk answer that.
So we had 43 names that had called over the weekend and left messages on our voicemail. And we booked till 5 o'clock because that was the instructions we had to book till then. It was then agreed to contact those people, and my office has phoned and either contacted or left a message with all 43. Some have said they can't appear, some have said they no longer wish to appear, and some have been booked. Some messages were left with them and we haven't heard back from them. So they need to call back to answer those messages and they will be put on the list.
Mr. Johns?
Thank you. And Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. The clerk, please.
And these are the ones that we got answers from and that still wanted to appear, this new list.
Okay. You want Mr. Johns?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe anybody reread the new list. Yeah, so they're just if anybody's wondering if they're on the additional list, there is a copy up there. So.
Thank you. Ms. LeBlanc.
This may have already been said while I was out of the room, but if there are people who still want to get on the list, is that possible by calling the phone number or emailing?
They have to call the clerk, the Ledge Council office by 5.
By 5.
But they were people who had already called on Saturday.
Got it.
And by noon.
Today.
Okay.
Anybody who had called by noon today.
Yes. No, see, we don't have the list of people who called the Ledge Council office, so you need to call the Ledge Council office to get on the list, and they close at 5 o'clock.
They'll be there.
Oh, well. Ms. Martin?
Thank you. So going on what the clerk has just said, if the Ledge Council is open until 5 o'clock, then I would suggest we're still taking names.
No, we're not.
But I don't know that the motion said that. I thought the motion said that we would take whoever wanted to present. I thought the motion said that we would sit as long as presenters were here.
Who had previously called my office by noon today.
Who had previous called the Ledge office by noon today.
Over the weekend.
Is that for sure? Is that for sure what the motion said, up to noon?
The motion, that was what the 3 parties agreed.
The 3 parties agreed to.
There was no motion.
Yep, Claudia had a motion.
I know she withdrew the motion.
No, she tabled it.
Well, that's what I mean.
She tabled it that it would be brought up again in the meeting, and it was brought up to allow people to get on the list who would call before noontime today.
I disagree.
Mr. Johns.
Madam Chair, is there a way that we could continue with the speakers that are here and perhaps have somebody from Ledge Council or Hanson confirm exactly what was the agreed upon decision?
Hanson doesn't record law amendments.
Okay.
Does it? I was told it wasn't.
But it's not transcribed.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, there are 2 people on the list who were not here earlier.
They're here now, are they? Okay. Justin Cantafayo? Okay. Well, Mr. David Patrican, can you come forward, please? We're ready for you. We're glad you could make it. The page will take your copies. And you can sit with a micro in front of the one over. Yes, that's the one that's being picked up. Welcome to fit in people. The time has been agreed to 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questioning so that we can get the extra people in who wish to. So, Mr. Patrican, you may start your presentation.
Yeah, I'll just let her distribute the handouts because that's basically what I'm going to say and would save a bit of time. Anyway, just to start on it, I'm a retired professor of biology at Dalhousie University. And since my retirement, I've been active in a number of environmental groups, forestry groups, so on and so forth. And I write a blog called Nova Scotia Forest Notes. I have a particular interest in forestry, which I've been heavily immersed in for the last 15 years. So what I want to comment on is I have on this handout, whereas a number of items, forests cover 75% of the Nova Scotian landscape and with surface waters constitute the preeminent habitats of Nova Scotia's terrestrial landscape, etc. Whereas we have the most intensively exploited forests in Canada, I'm just going over a few of these, our increasing supply of low-value wood, declining supply of high-value wood has meant forestry in Nova Scotia has become increasingly dependent on industrial or intensive forestry methods and systems in order to benefit from economies of scale and to adapt to the loss of high-value wood. Even sawmills now gain much of their profit from chips produced by clear cutting, where these same practices reduce the supply of high-value wood and old forest habitat over the mid to long term. One alternative market for low-value wood being pursued by government if and when one or both of our remaining pulp mills goes under is for bioenergy and the like, such as biofuels and bioplastics, which are touted commonly without documentation as being carbon neutral. However, there is now an abundance of evidence that many, if not most such schemes, and notably the biomass plant at Port Hawkesbury, increase production of carbon dioxide relative to fossil fuels and fossil fuel feedstocks over what we call meaningful timeframes, i.e. the next 20 to 50 years. On the other hand, it's broadly recognized that forests are the most important routes of carbon capture and storage in terrestrial systems globally, and that greenhouse gas-related climatic change since approximately the year 2000, combined with past management practices, has resulted in dramatic increases in the frequency, intensity, and extent of forest fires in Western North America forests and through much of the boreal forests, with these forests now becoming net emitters of greenhouse gases rather than major sinks for carbon. At the same time, for different reasons, notably economic desperation, the Amazon and other tropical and subtropical forests that have been major sinks for carbon are seeing increased frequency of fire to the point where they also are becoming sources rather than sinks for carbon. Such developments put increasing value and onus on those of us in eastern North America especially, where our temperate forests are much less prone to fire occur, to manage our forests for carbon capture and storage, especially given that we are also a wealthy part of the world. For Nova Scotia, with its now highly degraded forests, increasing carbon storage in the form of older trees, for example by proforestation, which essentially means increasing the length of harvest rotations, would also greatly benefit biodiversity in the long term, provide higher value, more inclusive economic opportunities. Thus, I urge that 1, the need for open, transparent, independent greenhouse gas accounting, including, for example, LCAs and models in all aspects of climate change mitigation, be recognized in the Act. For example, I suggest that 4C could be modified as I've written. Climatic change is recognized as a global emergency requiring urgent actions, those chosen in part on the basis of open, transparent, independent greenhouse gas accounting and other potential benefits. The problem here is there's simply too many, as they call them, motherhood statements made about methods that reduce carbon capture, and we really need, at this point, we need objective data. Secondly, I'm suggesting that the preeminent role of our forests, potentially in mitigating climate change and biodiversity conservation and as a vehicle for sustainable prosperity, be explicitly recognized in the Act, e.g. under number 6, to add as a focus area, and I put down there our forests and their potential role in climate change and adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and creation of circular and inclusive economies. I realize that both of these could be put in documents produced subsequent to this particular Act. However, I think they deserve enough priority to be cited in the Act itself. Thus, I comment that detailed goals in relation to climate change should subsequently be incorporated in the strategic plan cited under item 8, the climate change plan for clean growth. This plan, I noted, is scheduled to be completed prior to December 31st, 2020. I therefore appeal to the government to begin public consultations on the climate change plan well before that date, before that due date, for example, in November the 15th. I mean, in this case, we've had just far too little time. I don't know if everybody missed the notification about it, but I only certainly got it on Friday. So I really urge, that's a very critical, that strategic plan I think is very, very critical. And in order to have buy-in, you need widespread public consultation. So those are my comments, which I've printed out here.
Thank you. Mr. Johns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. I think that the handout you have here is different than the submission you've read. Is it possible for us to get a copy of what you've just read?
No, it's the same
thing?
You skip.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation. Would Justin Cantafio be here? Oh, great. Come on up. welcome. We're doing 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Cantfield.
Merci beaucoup. There are a few things I'd like to comment on. One of them is that I am mildly concerned that our greenhouse gas emission targets are not sufficient, but I'll leave that to the experts in the room, who are the young people behind me. There are 3 other things I'd like to focus on that are, I guess, kind of not necessarily related to any one particular point for actually digging into the problems we need to solve, but rather with regard to process. One of them is that I'm mildly concerned about whether or not we are going to step up our game and report on what we said we would report on. In 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012, we did indeed engage in some form of annual progress report. From that point onwards, which may or may not coincide with a shift in the way that we were governing here, we stopped really doing that. We started saying we would do it. And then every once in a while, we would slip one out that somehow encapsulated 2 or 3 years. I do not believe we were doing our 5-year reviews that we also promised we would do rather comprehensively.
We did one in 2012.
Right. And we should have another one that's quite old and very much due. And the reason why I say that is an act that doesn't have reviews and constant public input is not accountable, it's not prudent, and it's not worthy of trust. Likewise, announcing that there is an opportunity for input such as this at the last minute before the weekend starts and we want to be together with our family, and then making it only occur during times that are really difficult, I should be working right now, does not garner trust. And if you don't necessarily have constant input, then what's the point of having members of a roundtable? What's the point of appealing to their collective wisdom? Also, I'm mildly concerned because here we are with a new act, an act that sounds very nice, but we're not done with the old act. So far, we've potentially met 13 out of 25, and I don't know if we'll ever find out how we've actually done. An act without teeth and without numbers is not much different than a placeholder and something we can fly above our head and use to pat ourselves on the back at the convention center over cocktails. It does not much more than that. If we shift from setting attainable targets, as we did in EGSPA, towards just having broad swooping generalizations, we've done even worse than that. We can have 3 cocktail parties now. Without metrics, how do you know what you're actually working towards, and how can your group of esteemed experts and you, our elected officials, actually hold our own people accountable? How do we, the public facing you, hold you accountable? How do we know what we're working towards? Another thing I'd like to bring up quickly, and may I ask how much time I have left?
3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Excellent. The reason why I'm here is not because I'm an expert in process, although I think it's worthwhile appealing to the experts in process in determining how to have legitimate, tangible, numbers-based objectives that you can actually meet, and then report on those annually and have a robust report that comes out every few years. Make that publicly viewable. One of the things that we'll never necessarily get to know whether or not we're making positive steps towards is food and agriculture. Goal T and Goal U did have numbers associated with them, but with no report to actually know how we're doing, all I can get is a little tiny thing in italics that says in progress. That would be ad infinitum, because I don't ever know when that will be done. But by all accounts of people such as myself and other people who are working in the local food and the food security world, we are actually going backwards on those things that are in progress. Goal T states that local food consumption is supported and encouraged with the goal of 20% of the dollars spent on food by Nova Scotians is being spent on Nova Scotian food by 2020. And will also increase local food consumption by increasing the amount of local farms by 5% by 2020. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals clearly states that we need to end hunger and address food security part and parcel with addressing climate change. Olivier de Schutter, who was the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right to human food, said that the only way that we can solve the food crisis is through place-based, food-based economies. Even the Now or Never report, the All Holy Ivany report, states that in Goal 16, the value of agricultural products produced for and consumed within the Nova Scotian domestic market must double by 2020. It is not. I say this because we're sitting on an opportunity here to simultaneously, potentially, mitigate some of the effects of global warming while adapting to them. And we do that by having robust, resilient, diverse, complex, place-based economies. I spent my entire adulthood studying and now practically applying the concepts of relocalization and decentralization. And I've done that in a variety of ways. One of them is to help start Nova Scotia, in fact, Atlantic Canada's first commercial fishery for scuba diver caught sea scallops. Same product, caught differently. The objective was to optimize the value of the resource by creating a place-based, transparent seafood product. It's the same as any other, but we were able to get 2 to 3 times as much per pound for scallops, generally on domestic markets. I helped to manage Off the Hook community-supported fishery, which brought 300 families fresh seafood from a fisher every single week. And now I'm the executive director of Farmers Markets of Nova Scotia. We have the most farmers markets per capita in all of Canada. And to leave things on a light note, and I would love to ask or have some questions and maybe a little back and forth, but I'm going to use a tangible, practical example about what we could be doing and maybe actually metrics and numbers that we could start looking towards. We have the most craft breweries per capita in Canada. Beer is tasty, and beer is fiscally prudent. What started off as romantic aspirations from people such as myself, maybe 10, 15 years ago, now has over a 45% market penetration. We are replacing imports. We are revitalizing downtown cores. We are creating place-based economies by raising our glasses. We are not doing that by putting a moratorium on the issuing of buying, selling, and processing licenses for seafood, which we have officially done or unofficially done. So that if I was a young person who wanted to get into the racket of seafood and potentially try to create high-value products by telling the story of the fishers and where they come from, I cannot. For we have effectively monopolized the big boys, and we play only the export game.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Martin.
Thank you. So just briefly, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, but as well clarify. So we're 2 years behind in doing a review. 2012 was the last one, and as I understand, it should have been done in 2017, so we're 2 years off. And just for your information, I completely agree with you about law amendments, and I've said this in the House. I believe if there are 10,000 Nova Scotians that want to come and discuss and tell us their views on these bills, then there should be never a time that those opportunities are cut off. So I agree. Thank you for saying that.
Okay, Ms. LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you 2 questions. Can I do like a question and then a secondary question? Number one is you mentioned that one of the goals, I forget which number, was to double the local food production by 2020, in the Ivany report. And then you said we have not done that. Do you know where we are with local food production, like where we have got to in terms of that goal?
Mr. Cantafayo?
I can tell you that we're the most food insecure province in Canada.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Thanks. And can you, I love thinking about our local beer and drinking our local beer and thinking about it as a very good example of import replacement. But I'm wondering if you can speak, you did mention the seafood industry, but could you talk about any other, sort of untapped import replacement ideas that there are that we could be looking at in Nova Scotia?
Mr. Cantafayo.
Yeah, I think it just comes back to recognizing that we need to have regionalized economies that are place-based. So we could be exploring the opportunity for grass-fed beef production. We could be exploring the opportunity for owner-operated aquaculture operations that are polytrophic in nature, not giant conglomerates that control our our seafood control and basically pollute our oceans. We have the opportunity to explore where do things make the most sense at a regional level. Wind development makes perfect sense in a place such as Victoria County, which has high levels of unemployment, but incredibly high levels of sustained wind and very good topography. The idea about place-based economics and relocalization is that we cannot rely extensively on the neoliberal capitalist model that we're somehow going to receive a wonderful trickle-down effect by pandering to the rich and creating larger and larger corporations that become too big to fail. This is happening in Atlantic Canada. It's happening in Nova Scotia. And those companies have an unfair amount of sway and do not get told one day in advance before it's the weekend when it's time to consult. They actually get to be flown to certain places and pandered, and maybe they're going on missions and investigative travel and meet over champagne. So I don't think that's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Canafio. Emma Goulden? Hello, Ms. Goulden.
You.
Fine, thank you. 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questioning.
Great.
Thank you. Ms. Goulden. Ms. Martin?
Thank you. When did the time change? I thought we had agreed on 10 minutes.
The time changed when we added the new people on the list to allow them, it was that or not being able to get everyone on who had called in.
Oh, I understood we agreed to 10 minutes.
At the beginning of the meeting, but the clerk told me when I came in that it was changed for 5. 5 and 5.
5 and 5 and 5?
5 and 5.
Yeah.
Because we added on the extra hours to the meeting. Ms. Goulden, you may go.
Great. Hello, my name is Emma Goulden, and I'm a 17-year-old high school student from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Earlier this afternoon, I audited this event, and after leaving to go back to school, I received a call asking me to speak right now. So please enjoy my 20-minute speech that I just wrote in the public library. You probably don't know my name, but you may have heard of the organization I'm a part of, School Strike for Climate, with Julianne Willa, who recently just spoke. My peers and I just recently organized the September 27th strike, in which was attended by 10,000 people. The reason I'm bringing this up is not to bring attention to the organization itself, but my experience as a member of this organization as an individual. Before last year, I didn't know what the climate crisis was. So one day when I was scrolling through Instagram and saw a post about the climate crisis and its impending doom, it's safe to say I was a little taken aback. This led to hours of spiraling through the dark hole of the internet as I dealt with the shock of information overload. After taking in all of this information, I only had one question. If this is as bad as scientists are saying, why aren't we freaking out? I mean, think about it. Mass immigration plus air pollution-related deaths plus water contamination plus extinction equals pretty bad stuff. And the worst part was, because I was never taught about these issues in school, I didn't know how to deal with this overload of information. This led to me and many other children like me falling into a state of climate anxiety or depression, lack of passion, lack of hope, lack of innocence. I felt like my voice had been put on mute and nothing I thought mattered to anybody, and that my future didn't matter. And I never felt more like this than when I did with the recent election. I wasn't allowed to vote, even though this election would affect my future the most, and I quickly became aware that this is the most vital moment of human existence, and that the climate movement is the most important movement of human existence. But that's okay, because when things get bad, that's when the adults save the day, right? I would like to refer to a story I read as a kid. I'll recap the plot really quickly. In a town called Needville, everything was fake. Everything was perfect. But across the wall was a hidden world of smoke and oil. Nobody cared, and nobody feared the impending doom that was hovering over their beautiful city. But one kid cared. And that kid set on a mission to change the world. That kid came face to face with the man himself that created this mess. The man told the kid to leave, and the kid came back every day, and the man kept ignoring him until one day the kid came back. And this time, the man listened. And the man handed him the last seed to the truffula tree. And with that last seed, the kid planted a truffula tree and more truffula trees until there was a bright forest surrounding the city. So, how did Needville get saved? I'll give you a hint. It's the only part of the story that hasn't happened yet. Let's see. Some may argue it was the kid that saved it, but it's not. It was when the man gave the kid the seed. It was when the man listened that things could actually change. Due to the fact that I wrote this speech literally 20 minutes ago and ran here, I admittedly did not read Bill 213 in depth, so I can't give you specific changes to make, but I can, however, give you a 3-step plan into solving the climate crisis. Listen, ready? Step 1, Indigenous sovereignty. Step 2, community outreach. And step 3, an ego check. A couple months ago, I had the pleasure of talking with David Suzuki about the climate crisis, and there was something he would always say after finishing his presentations to elementary students, which I thought I would say to you. If you take anything away from this, let it be that we are animals. I may be a 17-year-old high school student, and you may be a big boy decision maker, but at the end of the day, we need 3 things to survive: food, water, and air. And all of those are at stake. You say you care about our future? Don't tell me, show me. Thank you.
Ms. Martin.
Wow. I think we've just met our own Nova Scotians, Greta Thunberg. Thank you very much. You know what they say, out of the mouths of babes, and I, for one, say I'm older and don't know what I should, but we should be listening to the youth, because you as a group know what you're talking about, and it's time that, as you said, the big boy politicians stop and listen and pay attention, because you are the future, and I can only imagine where you're going to go and what you're going to do, because you just may be running this place in a few years' time, and thank you so much. If you can do that in 20 minutes, imagine what you could do with a little more notice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm glad you're a fast runner, and you made it here. Thank you. Ms. LeBlanc.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we extend law amendments into subsequent days to tonight until we have heard from everyone who wants to speak, and we no longer cut off people getting onto the list, that we just extend law amendments into tomorrow and Wednesday if possible. And actually, if it's a motion, I will say just extend law amendments until everyone has had a chance to speak.
There's a motion on the floor. Ms. LeBlanc, pardon? I'm just saying.
Can we discuss that?
Sure. Oh, Ms. LeBlanc.
Yeah, so I'm putting that motion on the floor because there is this idea that we must pass this bill tomorrow, or this bill must move forward in the legislative process, instead of actually letting it follow the natural legislative process, which we basically don't have to contain. So if a bill has had its second reading, which this one has, it then goes to the Committee on Law Amendments until the Committee of Law Amendments is finished. And if we presuppose that then we have to do a second reading of this bill tomorrow, and clearly that is the plan, because we have been called for House hours tonight, at which these bills will be reported back to the House, which means the plan is to have a third reading and this bill will pass tomorrow because we have a majority government. It is my deep feeling that we should allow this process to continue until it comes to its natural end.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay? Motion is carried. Motion is not carried. Ira Reinhardt Smith. Good afternoon, Ira. You have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questioning.
Hello to you all. My name is Ira Reinhardt Smith, and I am 15 years old. I come from Caledonia, Nova Scotia, or as it has been known by the Mi'kmaq people for thousands of years, Mi'kma'ki. This speech will be relatively short because I was just told 2 hours ago that I was speaking today. As a youth, the future of my world is important to me. I love the natural places still untouched by mankind's endless march of civilization. That is why, firstly, I commend you. You have set goals in line with the IPCC report, making one of the most ambitious goals in Canada. But Canada is not a world leader. Pushing the goals to end all emissions by 2050 allows no room for error, no room for an extra year you think you still need fossil fuels. And doing the bare minimum is not enough when we are a rich country. And we are a rich country. We can afford to spend money faster to allow countries that we have profited off for years to catch up. We can no longer blame them for being so far behind because we put them there. Earlier this week, a lawsuit was filed against the Canadian government by a group of youth plaintiffs on their inaction and actions causing climate change. I'm proud to say I am one of these plaintiffs. As amazing as this last week has been for me, it saddens me also. I met amazing youth from all around Canada who are now dedicating their childhood to fight for their future. These youth are being forced to quit school, do it online, lose sleep, lose their childhood because of the time and energy they are giving. So as grateful as I am for you for taking this step, I say you can do more. Children are not only losing their futures, but their childhoods to fight climate change. So I say you can do more. As a plaintiff from Nova Scotia, I represent the youth of Nova Scotia, and I must ask for the best we can do. While zero emissions by 2050 is good, we can do better. If we can do better, then we must, because we cannot allow there to be a chance involved when it comes to our future. I know that many of you will be happy that youth are speaking up, but please don't be happy. Please don't be happy that children are having to tell you what you were supposed to be doing 30 years ago. Listen to Darlene Gilbert, to me, more of a role model than any politician sitting in Parliament today. She is saying that you are poisoning her waters. We tell you, you are poisoning our future. Why are you doing these things to us? Like Julia and many of the other youth activists here, I'm self-educated regarding the climate crisis. But somehow, I think because we are young and self-taught, we can see the bigger picture better than you. Like Greta says, it's black and white. It is black and white. We either fight or we don't. All the things in between, jobs, the economy, housing, they can be solved. Us youth are not scientists. All we are doing is holding up a flashing neon sign the size of Nova Scotia saying, listen to the science. And so, unless you have a very bad eye condition, please read the sign you've been ignoring and act. Know that the eyes of the future rest upon you as you make your decisions. We are proud that Nova Scotia has taken the first tentative step forward, but please turn it into a leap and we will burst into applause. You say you care about my future. Don't tell me, show me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Martin.
Again, I'll say to you, thank you, because, you know, you shouldn't have to lose your childhood or your youth, but you're showing and you're teaching us a lot. And I hope you're learning here today that with a majority government, you're not getting the chance that you need and should have under your constitutional right to be able to speak freely and have everybody speak at law amendments. So this is a sad example of what we're showing people here in this chamber today, that we're not giving you and everybody else here the ample time to speak. So if you take anything away, as I have, I'm learning from you, and I hope the people that are here are also learning from this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Nathan Brett. Ms. Martin.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move a motion that we restore time for each presenter to 15 minutes.
Okay. Discussion. Any discussion? Ms. LeBon.
Well, I'm in favor of that motion. I feel like even just the fact that we only have 10 minutes for each presentation makes it much more difficult to have a meaningful conversation and to hear from the expertise that people are bringing to the room. I will reiterate that I don't think that we should be limiting the amount of time presenters have in order to fit people into a predetermined end time for this committee.
That was a three-party agreement, but we can do otherwise. Mr. Johns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And the PC caucus is okay with the amendment that's on the floor. We feel...
motion.
Or the motion that is on the floor. We feel that environment's important, and we're here, and we'd like to hear from the people. So we're favorable to restating the time.
Ms. Martin.
Thank you, and I concur with my colleagues. I think the pushing through of this bill by a majority government is defeating the purpose of law amendments, and I would urge everybody to support this so that the people of Nova Scotia can be heard.
Ready for the vote? All those in favor? Aye. Oppose? Okay. I call Lillian. Oh, the motion is defeated. Nathan Brett.
Thanks very much for a chance to speak here. I'm going to be very brief. I agree with all of the speakers who have called for a tightening of this act. Why isn't my computer working? There we go. To reflect the reality of our situation, I'm a retired philosophy prof from Dow, and as long as 20 years ago, I was trying to get people to realize the urgency of this situation. We need something that provides real input from the community and real accountability that mere regulations don't give, as a previous speaker argued. I am very pleased that Nova Scotia recognizes the climate change problem as an emergency requiring urgent action. As the father of two and grandfather of four, I want to endorse what young people have said here, much more eloquently than I will be able to. In Sydney last week, I presented a paper at a conference where I argued that Greta Thunberg is the Rosa Parks of climate change. By this, I mean that there's a huge issue of injustice involved here, comparable to the civil rights issue, but in some ways even more serious, since we may well witness the destruction of the conditions that make life on Earth possible. At the climate strike, I carried a sign that said, "Young lives matter." Our inaction is discriminating against young people. I also put on that picket sign that we are still subsidizing in Canada coal, oil, and gas production to the tune of $3.3 billion last year, or $19 a ton for the production of carbon, of greenhouse gas carbon. Will this act really do anything about Nova Scotia's contribution to that? Young people will lead all of their lives in the shadow of this problem. Many of the decision makers will not, because obviously we will not live as far into the future as they will. We often speak of intergenerational justice, but that puts it in a way that's too abstract. Young people existing now, real people, will be far more harmed than the adults in this room. The World Health Organization already estimates that 150,000 people die as a result of climate change enhanced storms and other such things. And there's been talk of California, but it's worth pointing out that in BC, in both 2017 and 2018, the forest fires were larger than Prince Edward Island, and that they produced enough carbon, that carbon dioxide, to overwhelm by 2 or 3 times the total amount that was being produced by automobile use and so on in the province of British Columbia. Now let me move on to one or two specific issues that have not come up. Nova Scotia has recently, with subsidies, gotten back into the coal business. So not only have we continued to burn coal, 56% of our Nova Scotia power is produced by coal, but we've gotten back into the export business, $33 million in 2018. Now, I'm not sure about Nova Scotia, but many jurisdictions do not count the fossil fuels that they export in their carbon footprint. But though it's often good to think locally, it won't do here. It does not matter where the coal is burned, it will contribute exactly the same way to this emergency. The final example that I'll give is, David Patrick already mentioned this, biofuels. The carbon stored in these biofuels is mainly from trees, and of course when it's burned it's released. If we had 50 years for the trees to regrow, that might be deemed a renewable resource, but we've really got 10 years, and all of that is negative. That is to say, it's a carbon burden. It's not a green form of energy use. I'll just end by saying we are sending our children, and we're sending our children and my grandchildren to an unknown planet. That was another sign on one of the pickets that I saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brett. Are there any questions? Oh, Ms. LeBlanc?
Thank you. As a philosophy prof, you may appreciate this comment, but I have made a theater production based on Plato's Symposium, and in one of the lines I spoke towards the end of the show is that I say, imagine if our consumer desires were superseded by a search for affinity. And I really feel like that, I've been thinking about that quote. This is before you said you were a philosophy prof. I've been thinking about that kind of all afternoon because, you know, it really does come down to that. Like when we had our debate on the climate emergency towards the beginning of this legislative sitting, the Premier talked about how we will green the economy at the same time, we will green the planet at the same time grow the economy. And, pardon me, we will green the planet without sacrificing the economy. I can't remember the exact quote, but that was the idea. And I just think that is like old thinking, and that we cannot think in those ways anymore. We cannot balance the environment with the economy. We need to transform the whole kit and caboodle so that we have a true transformation of a new kind of economy. We hear about the green economy today. I learned about the blue economy, which I didn't know about. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that a little bit, and if you were to think about sort of a province that you felt hopeful in, what would that economy look like to you?
Mr. Brett?
Already, there are more jobs in green energy than there are in coal, oil, and gas combined. If Nova Scotia doesn't get into the green economy in a thorough way, and do more than this little experiment with the tides in the Bay of Fundy and a few other things, we are going to be left behind if there's a world to be left behind in. So, yes, of course, that's where we need to start making the changes into that economy, and it may mean that for a time we're making some sacrifices, but do we just say, oh, it's okay to continue? I mean, even that $33 million represents lives lost. People will be killed because of the exports that we make in coal, and that's a serious thing. We are complicit in that if we don't take radical action.
Thank you. Mr. Johns?
Yeah, not so much question, quick comment. I think we are already starting to see that we're being left behind. Auto industries like Audi and stuff, I think this year they put out every car that they have coming out is a EV, right? So we are seeing the world moving away from fossil fuels. We're not, and I do think that there's significant opportunities to transition to a green economy. So, but what I did want to say, although I don't have any questions, I did want to say I thought your presentation was very good, and thank you for coming in, because you've given me a different way of looking at it and some questions that I wouldn't have thought of, particularly in regards to exports, in regards to coal, and is whether or not that's calculated into our GHG numbers or not. And so I just wanted to make a comment that although I have no questions, I wrote a lot of notes, and I really appreciate the things that you said. So thank you for taking the time today.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Lillian Hogan Venema? Ms. LeBlanc?
Fear not, I am not putting forward a motion. I just wanted to let you know that there was a gentleman who called earlier, and he just received a voicemail back. His name is Charles Williams, and so he is here now, so had made a phone call. We're hoping that he can get on the list.
Clerk, can be put on the list?
Well, my office will tell me anybody that calls my office.
Did he call the
Well, he had called to get on the list and then received, he was told it was full, and they called him back around 2 to say that he could come in for 5. But he is not officially on the list, but that was the message he got. So he's here. Can he get on the list?
Did she call my office and get a time?
Well, he was called back, and it was told to come in for 5.
By the legislative?
I'm assuming Legislative Council, because he...
Okay.
They called him back around 2 and said to come in for 5.
The clerks will clarify while
Okay.
we listen to our next
Great,
presenter.
thanks.
Oh, we have 2 people. Hi. Do you want to introduce yourselves? And who is Lillian?
I'm Lillian.
Hi, Lillian.
I'm Sophie Kent Purcell.
Sophie Kent Purcell?
Yeah.
Okay, Sophie and Lillian. Who's going first?
I am.
Okay, so Lillian, you can go first.
Okay. So my name is Lillian Hogan Venema, and I'm 15 years old. That means I was born in 2004. In 1988, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was established. Climate change is not a new issue. Yet even though we have known about climate change for 31 years, Canadian and Nova Scotian governments have failed to create and act upon strong, progressive environmental policies. When I learned that Nova Scotia was reviewing its environmental goals, I was excited. This was a chance for Nova Scotia to be a leader in helping Canada and the world swiftly and justly transition to renewable energy and a better future.
Sophie Kent Purcell.
Yeah.
This bill contains very few clear steps for attainable goals. The bill is lacking plans to deal with some key environmental issues in Nova Scotia. Sometimes when I think about climate change and the large-scale effects on our Earth, I find it hard to imagine what our world will be like without immediate climate action. If our ice caps melt and all our forests are gone, even if I can't imagine what our world will be like in the future, imagining any world where thousands of species have gone extinct and our oceans are full of garbage, that is not a world I want to live in.
I am very scared.
Lillian Hogan Venema?
Venema. I am scared. I don't sleep at night because I worry. I don't gossip with my friends at school. We talk about how we won't have a future. I hope you listen to us today, and I hope you take advice. You can say you care about our future. Don't tell me, show me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martin.
Thank you very much. I, for one, am learning so much today, and from people who are a lot younger than me. But 2 things, and maybe if both of you have a quick little answer. How did you become so knowledgeable, and what are you most afraid of? She just had
Lillian?
my gun.
Yes. Well, I don't think I am as knowledgeable as I could be, but I think what I do know is that the world is changing, and the world is beautiful and we have fresh water and clean air, but if we don't have that, there is no future, and that is not a good thing. And that's about all I know, but I know that's not good.
Sophie, did you have a reply for the question?
I also feel that there's a lot of things I don't know, and I've learned a lot of things today listening to people. But I've learned things today, and that was really great. One of the things I'm most scared of is growing up in a world where there isn't any green space or natural areas for me to enjoy, and for my kids, if I ever have kids in the future generations, to grow up without having the opportunity to spend time outside and connect.
Thank you. Mr. Johns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And ladies, thank you very much for coming forward today. I echo your comments earlier, and I believe it was Lillian that said she was really excited to hear that EXPA and the goals and targets were going to be updated. I was pretty excited too till I saw what came forward, and then I was pretty disappointed. So I understand where you're coming from. I'm just curious, Lillian, you did say what year you were born. I'd missed that. How old are you? 15.
Lillian?
15.
Thank you. Can you do me a quick favor? I know you're not a dictionary. I just want your best shot at this. Define the word emergency for me.
Is that for Lillian or
yeah.
Sophie? Lillian.
Emergency is when something becomes so drastic that we have no other option but to act immediately and quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Johns.
Thank you. And Lillian, thank you so much for that. When the government called a climate emergency, when we first met, I felt similar to you what the definition of emergency is. I find it's really disappointing that it's going to take well over a year for this particular legislation to get passed. That's not how I deal with an emergency, but thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Jennifer Stotland. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi, thank you for getting me in on your schedule with all the people that wanted to speak. I've also learned a lot here today. And I've been hearing about climate change since I was a child in the 80s, and I'm almost 40 now, and my whole life I've led a life of gaslighting and inaction from the world around me. We've heard previous speakers talk about tipping points. The albedo effect was mentioned with ocean acidification. These effects have the potential to push us past the tipping point and exponentially increase carbon in the atmosphere. Some others, there's at least 7, include forest fires. If the oceans become too acidic to support life, which dies, which releases CO2. If those currents shut down because melting ice water affects ocean currents, that causes ocean life loss as well. These have happened in the past. They've led to extinction events. And if methane in the Arctic and ocean floor are released, that can produce more greenhouse gas equivalent than 4 times that which we've ever produced as a human race. So I've seen a lot of language around extreme weather and famines. Not that anybody here has probably experienced the kind of hunger that goes on in the world, and so we have a less immediate understanding of it than some people are experiencing now. But I don't see any mentions of a lack of clouds to produce rain, which can happen over 4 degrees of warming, or an atmosphere that's no longer breathable. The 2030 IPCC targets, about 10 years now to be carbon neutral as a planet, are conservative. They're based, as we've heard from other speakers, on a consensus by scientists. We have less than 10 years to get net zero. We have closer to 5 years. I would like to see this happen in 5 years. We need to transform our grid to be a green grid. We need to get off fossil fuels for any use, transportation and home heating for every home, homeowners new and old, retrofitted and rentals. I can't heat my home without burning oil as a renter, and I can't get solar or wind. I have the choice of freezing in the dark or contributing to the end of the human species, and I live with that every day, and so does everybody in this room. This will be expensive. We can get funds from the federal government. We can close tap loopholes. We can end subsidies to fossil fuels. Where does the carbon tax money go? Does it go to retrofitting these houses? Does it go to retraining oil workers in the green sector? Does it go towards the changes that we need to see happen? I don't care if you have to print the money. Any solution will be less costly than the alternative of inaction. We're fighting for our lives. Everybody here knows a child, but everyone here will see the beginning of the effects of climate change, no matter how old you are, because they've already begun. This is a historic moment. How will you be remembered, if anyone is here to remember you at all?
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. Dr. Thomas Trappenberg? Before you start, I just want to let Ms. LeBlanc know that Charles Williams is on the list now, okay? Thank you. Oh, Ms. Miller?
Commentary.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a commentary. I believe the situation is 5 and 5, but if a presenter wants to present for 10 minutes, they can do that without questions.
Without questions.
So they can, yeah, I'm just looking over the last presenters, and most of them have been for 8 minutes, 7 minutes. The last one was 3 minutes. So I think that that's a reasonable time frame, and if anybody has more comments to make, that 10 minutes should accommodate that.
Thank you. Dr. Trappenberg, you may present.
Thank you very much for having me here. As I said, my name is Thomas Trappenberg. I'm a professor at Dalhousie University. I'm the leader of the Green Party, and I'm doing this because I want to have a future for my children. I want to acknowledge that we are in the unceded land of the Mi'kmaq Nation, and I'm stressing this always because I did read the the agreements we made, and the agreements were we are allowed here to share if we are keeping this land for future generations, and we screwed it up, and we have to make it right. I get very emotional these days to talk about this because, quite frankly, my father told me about this 40 years ago. It's very hard to continue after hearing, the youth. They haven't screwed it up. We have screwed it up. But maybe one thing I can say, we heard this name, we know about it 30 years ago, 31 years ago. Actually, scientists, as soon as we started digging up oil, some scientists calculated, what would happen. And also we couldn't measure it. It was actually predicted theoretically. By the way, my PhD is in theoretical physics, so I do believe in these kind of things. And now we could measure them. Who read the IPCC report? I hope you didn't. It has 630 pages, the 2018 report. I couldn't get through all of it. I read most of the summaries and some of the passages before, so I just started crying. There was a new report in 2019 about the dying oceans. This makes me really scared. Do you know where the carbon goes, which we put out? It is taken up. It is taken up to a large extent by the oceans, by our forests. The problem is our forest is dying, and it will actually give out more carbon. The same with the ocean. The ocean will be saturated, and it will actually change around. There will be an explosion of carbon. This is what the IPCC report is talking about. This is not just a small little increase. If we are getting to a critical point, it will accelerate. And I'm really scared about this. I know it is very hard to feel this. We had a great summer. What's the problem? But this is where we have to think about science and believe in science and get educated and have input from science. The WWF report from 2016 states that during my lifetime, half of the world's vertebrates disappeared. The freshwater species is actually even worse, 83% decline. This is shocking. But let me comment more specifically on the bill. So I don't know where your targets are coming from. I know they sound ambitious, and I'm thankful for that, but I didn't at the time, actually I was looking for it. What are these numbers really meaning? I think we should state, first of all, you know, they're not relative, because I don't know if you mean the 2005 level or 1990 level of Nova Scotia or around the world. We need to be clear what we are really talking about. How much reduction is there? I was actually unsure if you just, you know, we know next year there might be the Muskrat Falls coming online, and then we are saving a lot of, you know, greenhouse gas, which is great. But again, we need to know where is this coming from. So, to not go on too long, I think the bill, I know the bill won't change very much. And quite frankly, I don't think, you know, I don't understand it. It doesn't say anything. You know, it says these wonderful things, climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and we have to create, we have to solve everything, yes. But there's nothing concrete in it. So, you know, go ahead, yes, put this bill in place, but let's work on a real solution. We do need the solution. So I would ask actually just for two things. One is, as a minimum, stay to an end to Elton gas and the coal mining. This will show, at least, that we are committed to getting out of the carbon economy. These are immediate steps and signs you can set. And secondly, we need a non-partisan working group that hammers out a solution. I think this should include scientists, which can explain to us how these limits and the science of climate scientists around the world will help us here in Nova Scotia to understand what we have to do. You know, we just came out of a federal campaign, and it was fantastic to see what resources we have in Nova Scotia. There's a lot of, you know, we have the space, we have the forests, we have oceans, we have really fantastic people with ideas. And yet we are locked into an old alien economy. We can produce here so much energy. I know in Germany they have in the summertime to shut off their wind power station, because they're actually producing too much energy with solar now. Now I think, so we have actually too much energy here, but we could start producing hydrogen, and you know, there's so many solutions. So I think if we could get over this partisan politics and trying to build a team which really hammers out very concrete solutions, I think we could come very far. All right, I think I stop here.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Johns.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I will not going to tell you that I read the IPCC report, because I'd lie, but I skimmed it. But I am curious to know if you had an opportunity to read both this proposed bill as well as the existing legislation of EGSPA. Have you read the two of those?
So I did read
Dr. Trappenberg.
Yes, I did read the proposed bill, and I read references to the old one, which apparently had many more specific items in there. I couldn't get through that, but I know that this is very lacking. I mean, this is the new one. It's so general, and there were in the presentations before also calls. How do we know how much did we reach? There were very concrete things in there, and you know, I mean, this new bill doesn't even have any goals.
Mr. Johns.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I could, if you wouldn't mind, the EGSPA bill, the existing one, it's not really hefty. It's relatively light as well. Hefty in comparison to this, but it's only about 12 pages, I think. So I'd be very curious if, as an educator, as a professor, if you could make a comparison between the two and let me know what your thoughts are. I'm more of a opponent for the existing structure, not because it was a conservative bill, but because I think that it was a better bill to fight climate change, and it had targets and goals that are set into it. So I'd be really curious to see what your opinion is. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, and maybe I can give you an email, or you can contact me and let me know what you think.
Dr. Trappenberg.
Actually, I happily do that, and it's wonderful to see, that really we are going towards a nonpartisan approach. We can always do better, and we have to do better. We know that. So, yeah, I happily do this, and will contact you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Jessica Griffin.